Yun Shu picked a blade of grass and turned it idly between her fingers. She and Li Jun were close enough to touch, but neither one looked at the other. Then his fingers flew across the keyboard. Something clicked in the back of Yun Shu's mind, and a faint smile curved her lips. What the hell? Why isn't this working? He hit one roadblock after another. Li Jun muttered a curse, still hammering the keys. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Yun Shu leaned back, her gaze flicked to his screen, just a split second, then she stood up slowly. I'm gonna lose it. He grabbed his head as another warning flashed across the monitor, and then a lazy voice came from right behind him. Line 178. You've got an extra character. Huh? Li Jun twisted around, eyes clouded with confusion. You still staring? You're about to get caught. Yun Shu's tone snapped like a rubber band. That jolted him. He spun back to the screen. An instant later, his fingers attacked the keyboard again. Gritting his teeth, he deleted the extra code exactly where she'd said. The alarm died. He turned to thank her, but she was already walking away. Wait. That was Yun Shu. How did she know his code was wrong? Had he really slipped that badly? Was she actually paying attention? No, that didn't add up. Last time she came here, all she did was cry. Today she didn't even look upset. He stared at the screen, thinking about something other than code for the first time in hours. The moment Yun Shu left the garden, she ran into a stream of girls racing toward the school gate, all chattering at once. Ding dong. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. A message from Huaishan. I'm waiting at the gate. Right. She'd completely forgotten about her man. She slipped the phone away and picked up her pace. The closer she got to the entrance, the thicker the crowd became. At least 80% of the students were girls. 50 meters ahead, the whole area was a solid wall of people. She frowned, drawing a deep breath. She steeled herself and pushed forward. Excuse me, coming through. There were too many bodies. She had to squeeze and apologize at the same time. What's your hurry? We're all trying to see. Yeah. Everyone wants a look. Grumbles rippled around her. Then a girl elbowed her friend. Hey, isn't that Yun Shu? No way. Why would that loser be anywhere near CEO Fu? The friend's voice dripped contempt. Look for yourself. The first girl grabbed her friend and spun her around reluctantly. The friend tore her eyes off Fu Huaishan and glanced sideways. It really was Yun Shu. Wait, her. What's she doing here? You think CEO Fu would ever, Before she could finish, a scream tore through the crowd. Everyone turned. Yun Shu was climbing into the Rolls-Royce, and Fu Huaishan himself was holding the door open for her. No way, tell me I'm seeing things. The friend's voice cracked. Oh God. Yun Shu, she's really in that car. Someone in the crowd let out a sob. The friend heard it, and then she collapsed in a dead faint. Minutes later, a bombshell post detonated on the school forum. Loser Yun Shu turns the tables. Landed CEO Fu. It came with several animated shots of her getting into the car. The thread rocketed straight to the top of the trending list. 1 minute after that, it vanished. Poof. And anyone who downloaded the pictures found they wouldn't open anymore. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Fu Huaishan had held her hand the whole time since she got in, a soft smile on his lips. Next time, park farther away. I can walk a few steps, Yun Shu said, frowning at the thought of the crush outside. Okay. He agreed before the word had even left his mouth. Where are we going now? Let's grab dinner first. Fine. I have class this afternoon, so I need to head back after we eat. Huaishan had been counting on a full romantic outing when he heard about class. His smile flickered. Her grades were abysmal. Was she actually working hard now? An image of Yunshu studying frantically, racing against the clock, flashed through his mind. A rush of tenderness hit him. Don't worry. I've got you. His voice softened. Yunshu blinked. What did that even mean? Before she could ask, the car rolled to a stop. The driver's voice came from the front seat. CEO Fu, we're here. A blood-red Koenigsegg tore down the road like a living flame. Its streamlined body looked like sculpture, the kind that made men stop and stare. Limited to 3 units worldwide with a price tag to match, this car was every man's dream on wheels. Inside, Huaishan had the stereo cranked to maximum. The deafening beat vibrated through the entire cabin. He swayed to the rhythm, completely lost in the music. His phone buzzed. After a long moment, he finally picked up. Yo, Laro Sunday, I'm having a passionate rendezvous with my baby Koenigsegg right now. What's up? His voice oozed smugness. On the other end, Sun Huaishan frowned. He pulled the phone away and checked the number. No mistake. You okay? You actually got behind the wheel of Brother Cheng's car? Huaishan laughed, reckless and loud. You don't know the story. He begged me to drive it. Sun Huaishan's suspicion sharpened. His gut told him something was way off. He'd been at a military exercise with his phone off for days. How the hell had any of this happened? Spill. What's the story? You wanna hear it? Set up a banquet tonight. I'll tell you everything. Oh, and don't call Brother Cheng if you interrupt his time. Watch out, he'll come for you. Fine, the club tonight. Deal, see you there. Shangfu Muse ended the call and cranked the music, his drunk singing cut off with a sharp curse. Damn it. He pulled over, killed the engine, and shut the music off. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he shoved the door open and stormed out. Livid. He had to see who had just rear-ended his brand-new car on its very first day on the road. He strode up to the white Maserati that had hit him and knocked on the driver's window, a sarcastic laugh escaping him. Hey, you just hit my car. Are you getting out, or am I coming in after you? The door didn't open. The windows were tinted with one-way film, so he couldn't see a thing inside. Shangfu Muse circled to the front to get a look at the driver. The second he saw the face behind the wheel, he knew his luck had officially run out. Patience gone, he returned to the driver's door and pounded on it. Bang. Bang bang, the hammering interrupted Liu Ting mid-call. She had no choice but to hang up. She dropped her phone, stepped out, her expression flooded with apology before her feet even touched the pavement. She was already talking. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I was on the phone with a student. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility. It was her fault. She hadn't even bothered to check who the other driver was before launching into the apology, but when she finished and finally looked up at the car's owner, her eyes went wide. Shangfu Muse was leaning against her door, looking like the universe had personally screwed him over. Him, of all people. Miss Liu. If you had a problem with how I handled things last time, you could have just said so. No need for payback. Payback? Liu Ting had planned on keeping it civil, but the moment Shangfu Muse opened his mouth, she couldn't stop herself. Mr. Shangfu, you watch way too many crime dramas. Are you developing a persecution complex? You hit me last time, fine, that's over. Today, I got distracted by a student, and that's why I rear-ended you. I already said I'd take responsibility. Don't twist this into some kind of vendetta. Liu Ting sighed under her breath. What twisted luck! Of all the cars she could have hit, it had to be his. Shang-Fu Muse took in the sight of her in that white professional skirt suit, radiating teacher energy, and felt a headache coming on. Some role model for students. Everything out of your mouth is a lecture. Liu Ting didn't miss a beat. Not as bad as you. Everything out of your mouth is nonsense. You, Shang-Fu Muse took the bait instantly. You what? Go ahead, finish that sentence. The two luxury cars blocking the road had already caused traffic to stack up behind them. Curious onlookers were gathering on the sidewalk, spotting people pulling out their phones to record. Shang-Fu Muse decided against arguing with a woman. He did not need to end up in the headlines again. Miss Liu.do everyone a favor and be more careful on the road. Mr. Shang-Fu, rest assured. I've been driving for years, and I've had exactly one accident with you. They traded jabs, neither willing to back down an inch. If it weren't for the honking horns and the line of cars stretching out behind them, Shang-Fu Muse would have found somewhere to settle this for real. Let's go, lady driver. The whole street's backed up. He turned and headed back to his car. Liu Ting yanked her own door open with a huff and shouted at his retreating back. Peacock, I hope I never see you again. A man dressed that flashy, that full of himself. Who else was he asking to hit him? Back behind the wheel, Liu Ting watched his car pull away slowly. Then it hit her. They'd spent all that time fighting and had completely forgotten to exchange insurance information. She honked her horn. The car ahead just hit the gas and sped off. Liu Ting stared after him, speechless. Cloud Top Pavilion. The most famous private kitchen in Beijing, set on prime real estate in the city center. The restaurant occupied only 400 square meters, yet it drew the elite like moths to a flame. Reservations had to be made at least a month in advance just for a shot at tasting their dishes. The popularity wasn't just about the incredible food. Every ingredient was flown in fresh daily. Rumor had it the chefs earned more per month than some corporate managers. When Huaishan and Yun arrived, the restaurant manager was already waiting out front. He greeted them with a broad smile. Welcome, CEO Fu. Welcome, Miss Yun. Fu Huaishan gave a slight nod, took Mu Yun's hand, and led her inside. The moment she stepped through the door, Mu Yun stopped cold. The entire restaurant was covered in a sea of fresh roses. Their rich fragrance filled the air. Do you like it? Fu Huaishan asked. His voice gentled. Mu Yun looked around and nodded. I do. Then she added, but don't buy flowers next time. They'll just wither. What she really meant. A waste of money. A straight woman who saw zero romance in flowers. Fu Huaishan just stared at her, at a loss for words. I'm hungry. She'd been burning energy lately, and her hunger was always right on schedule. All right. Let's go upstairs. He led her to the second floor and into his private dining room. The view was stunning. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the bustling city center, while one-way glass kept prying eyes out. The whole room felt warm and inviting, from the oversized dining chairs to the elegant tableware. Everything was chosen to make the meal a pleasure. The large round table was already set with a spread of beautiful dishes, and a built-in heating function kept even the earliest courses at the perfect temperature. Fu Huaishan guided her to a seat, pulling out her chair with quiet gallantry before settling beside her. He ladled a small bowl of seafood soup and set it in front of her. "Drink the soup first, eat slowly, no rush. I won't let you be late this afternoon." His voice was low but carried a thread of tenderness. Okay." Mu Yun downed the soup in one go, then went straight for the meat dishes. Fu Huaishan watched her eat only meat and ignore the vegetables entirely. His brow furrowed. He picked up a piece of greens with his chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. "Yuna, eat some vegetables." She stared at the green leaves reluctantly. She ate it, but only that one bite. When he tried to add more vegetables to her bowl, she outright ignored him. She was a carnivore at heart. "Vegetables? No thanks." Back in the parallel world, Yun Shu had survived on weeds once. Now her brain automatically filtered out anything green on a plate. Fu Huaishan hadn't expected her to be this picky from today on. Getting Yun Shu to eat vegetables would become one of the CEO's biggest headaches. After dinner, Fu Huaishan drove her back to school. Inside the Rolls-Royce, he stared coldly at the financial report in his hand. His commanding presence snapped back into place without Yun Shu beside him. Fu Huaishan was once again the icy CEO. A dozen minutes later, he tossed the report aside. "Driver," he said, "tell the chef at the mansion to start developing vegetables that taste like meat, and make sure they don't look like vegetables." The driver hesitated. "Vegetables that tasted like meat and didn't even look like vegetables? Is there a problem?" Fu Huaishan caught the hesitation, his voice dropping a few degrees. "No, CEO Fu. I'll arrange it immediately." Back at the academy, Yun Shu was the center of attention again. Eyes tracked her from every direction, trying to see through her. She'd gotten into Fu Huaishan's car and disappeared all afternoon. The guys mostly joked, hungry for drama. But the girls, their emotions churned with envy, jealousy, and wild speculation. When she walked into the classroom, classmates who'd been napping snapped awake. Silence. Every gaze pinned her until she reached her seat and sat down. Someone broke it. A swarm of girls rushed her desk. "Yun Shu, did you really get in Fu Huaishan's car?" one demanded, jealousy bleeding through her voice. Another jumped in. "The whole school's talking about it. People from our class saw you too. Where did you go? What's your relationship with him?" The noise erupted again. Yun Shu's face stayed blank as she scanned the gossipy, hostile faces. "No comment," she said flatly. The first girl gaped, not expecting that response. She opened her mouth to curse, but her friend quickly clapped a hand over it. Yun Shu wasn't the pushover they used to bully. Between what happened this morning and her connection to Fu Huaishan, everyone had to think twice. These people knew how to read the room. They slunk back to their seats. Yun Shu didn't care what any of them thought. She pulled out her textbook, flipped it open, and focused entirely on the pages. The first day of school ended. When the bell rang, she was the first out the door. She walked home again. Sitting in class all day, walking was good for her leg muscles. 2 kilometers from the Su residence, she reached a small park. 3 men approached, their hair dyed in clashing colors. Their leering gazes oozed bad intentions. She gave them a quick glance and kept walking, unfazed. As they passed, the red-haired one let out a sharp whistle. The other two moved in, cutting off her path. "Hey there, little girl, just getting out of school?" The redhead ogled her. "Boss, for sure, she's still carrying her backpack." The yellow-haired one chimed in from behind. "Wanna come play with us?" The one with a half-shaved head leaned closer. Yunshu's eyes went razor cold as she swept them. "Leave or die." "Whoa, feisty little thing. What, you gonna make us see stars?" The redhead reached a grimy hand toward her. His buddies howled with laughter. In a flash, Yunshu caught his wrist, twisted, and snapped it backward. A sharp crack, bone breaking. Then her fist slammed into his mouth. Blood sprayed. He toppled backward. The other two attacked. She kicked the yellow-haired one. The force sent him stumbling, crashing to the ground. A second punch connected with the half-shaved guy's temple. He dropped like a stone, unconscious. "Grab her," the redhead screamed through a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. But the yellow-haired guy was frozen, rooted in place. How could this girl fight like that? Why hadn't that person told them? He hesitated, then turned and ran. Yunshu wasn't letting him go. She sprinted after him, caught up in seconds. A sweep of her leg, lightning fast, and he flew a meter into the air, then crashed down like a broken kite. "Spare me, please," he begged. She strolled over to him, a cold smirk curling her lips. "I gave you a chance." She grabbed his hair and dragged him back to where the redhead lay. The redhead had stopped shouting. He stared at her like she was a ghost. "Sis, no, wait, hero, big hero." The red-haired man was staring at Yunshu, voice shaking so hard the words barely made it out. He didn't wait for her to ask. He was ready to spill his guts right then and there if it meant saving his own skin. "Just listen, okay? I don't want to hear it." Yunshu cut him off cold. No hesitation, no room for him to breathe. The red-haired man froze. That wasn't how this was supposed to go. And in that split second of stillness, her fists came down like a storm. Off to the side, the tattooed man cowered. What was left of his hair was still clinging to his scalp. His face had gone white as paper, and he was shaking so hard his teeth were practically rattling. He curled into a ball, barely daring to breathe, doing everything he could to keep the tiny violent hurricane from noticing him. After what felt like an eternity, Yunshu finally stopped. The red-haired man was a wreck. Barely recognizable. He lay there gasping, eyes rolled back, staring up at the sky with a few pathetic tears leaking from the corners. If he'd known it was going to go like this, no amount of money could have made him take the job. Cash is useless if you're not alive to spend it. Yunshu pulled a wet wipe from her backpack and cleaned her hands like she was dusting off a shelf. Then she nudged the tattooed man with the toe of her shoe. He'd been playing dead. "You talk." One nudge and the tattooed man flinched like she just branded him, but he talked. He told her everything. Turns out Xu Zongyuan, the vice president of Quantum Node Network tech company, had paid the three of them $10,000 to jump Yunshu and film the whole thing. Another $5,000 was promised once the footage was delivered. Yunshu didn't know the man personally, but from the tattooed man's description, she connected the dots fast. Ju Chimeng. The original Yunshu had caught him once. She remembered it clearly. Shen Wanzhong had been away on business. Shu Zongyuan came calling for Ju Chiming. He'd stayed upstairs with her the entire afternoon. A cold smile tugged at Yun Shu's lips. So Ju Chiming hated her that much. Enough to want her gone. Fine. She'd make her move first. It was 6 in the evening when Yun Shu walked back through the doors of the Shen residence. The moment she stepped inside, she spotted Ju Chiming rushing toward the door. Then freezing when their eyes met. Ju Chiming's gaze flickered avoidance, plain as day, but she plastered on a smile and forced her voice to stay even. Yun Shu, you're back? Yun Shu didn't look at her. Didn't slow down. She walked straight past her and into the dining room. Shen Wanzhong was already seated at the head of the table. Yun Shu took the seat to his right. Across from them, Ju Chiming and Shen Yishuan settled into their usual places. Xiao Yu had already sent word she wasn't feeling well and wouldn't be joining them for dinner. Yun Shu knew better. It was guilt. The mess with Shu Haojie this morning had been Xiao Yu's doing. All right, serve the food. Shen Wanzhong's command sent the servants into motion. Shen Yishuan was starving and made no effort to hide it. He aimed his complaint straight at Yun Shu. Could you come home earlier after school? Stop wandering around. Waiting for you to eat is seriously stressing me out. Ju Chiming tugged at his sleeve, quick and sharp. Shen Yishuan, oblivious as ever, ignored her. Yun Shu's lips curved, the smile barely there but loaded with danger. Fine, starting tomorrow, I'll take the car to school. You and Xiao Yu can walk. She let that land, then added, oh, and when you pass the bridge tunnel, keep your eyes open. Watch out for bad people. Her gaze cut across the table like ice, landing hard on Ju Chiming. At the words bridge tunnel, Ju Chiming flinched. Her face went pale, but she held herself perfectly still and said nothing. Shen Wanzhong's brow furrowed. What is that supposed to mean? Did you walk to school today? Yes. It's about half an hour on foot. Yun Shu picked up her chopsticks and started eating, calm as could be. Ju Chiming, why are they at the same school but Yun Shu walks? Shen Wanzhong's voice snapped hard. His eyes bored into Ju Chiming. He'd always left the household details to her. He'd never imagined his daughter had been walking to school alone. Ju Chiming went pale. That Wanzhong, the driver, was new. It was his fault. I already fired him. She raised her hand like she was swearing an oath. Don't worry. It won't happen again. Yun Shu's voice cut in before Shen Wanzhong could answer. Maybe today was the driver's fault, but the past 10+ years, whose fault was that? She bit into a piece of braised pork ribs, chewed, and set her chopsticks down. Does the Shen family change drivers every day? Her smirk aimed straight at Ju Chiming. Now Ju Chiming was unraveling, sweat beaded at her forehead. Under the table, her hands twisted in her skirt. Shen Wanzhong stared at Yun Shu, disbelief settling across his face. Is that true? Would I make it up for fun? Yun Shu didn't even glance at him. She kept eating. Slam! Shen Wanzhong's palm hit the table so hard the dishes rattled. Ju Chiming jumped like she'd been struck. The tears came right on cue. Wanzhong, it's all my fault. Her voice trembled just right. You know, after Yishuan, the delivery was so hard. I've never been well since. I couldn't manage everything. The old housekeeper handled most of the day-to-day. I only just found out about all of this. I'm sorry. I swear I'll treat Yun Shu better from now on. Shen Wanzhong pointed at her, his face twisting with something caught between fury and pain. That was when Huaishan finally realized he'd made things worse for his mother. Father, don't blame her. She's not well. You shouldn't. Shut up. Shen Wanzhong's voice cut through the room. If I ever hear of any of you bullying Yunshu again, don't expect mercy from me. He was truly furious. The wife he'd cherished, the woman he'd trusted with his house and his children, had let his daughter walk to school for years while the others rode. When he looked at Zhu Qiming now, the love was gone from his eyes. Upstairs, Xiao Yu hadn't heard a thing. Zhu Qiming got back from the club that afternoon. She sat in her room, staring at her freshly fixed face in the mirror. A thought hit her. She grabbed her phone and called a classmate from class 1. Liu Ting, it's me. After I left for the hospital, did anything happen in class? Oh my God, I was just about to call you. You are not going to believe this. Liu Ting's voice was buzzing. What? After you left, Li Jun went to class 6 to confront Yunshu. Director Jiang found out and made him write this long apology letter. Zhu Qiming froze. What? Yeah, here's the whole story. Liu Ting launched into every detail. Then her voice dropped. Oh, and there's even bigger news. Fu Huaishan showed up at school today. Yunshu got into his car and didn't come back until after lunch. The whole campus is talking about it. Qiming, do you know what's going on with them? Hello? Qiming, you still there? Zhu Qiming gripped her phone, wishing she had never asked. Oh yeah, I'm listening, she managed. That day at the club, Yunshu had walked out of Fu Huaishan's bridge tunnel, and now she was climbing into his car again. How the hell had she gotten that close to him? Zhu Qiming bit her lip until it hurt. Pure hatred burned in her eyes. Liu Ting's voice crackled through the speaker. So, do you know what's going on or not? I don't know. Look, Liu Ting, I'm not feeling well. I'll call you later. She hung up before Liu Ting could say another word. She threw open her bedroom door and stormed down the stairs. In the dining room, everyone except Yunshu was eating like the food had turned to sawdust. Yunshu sat there, completely unbothered. Yunshu. Zhu Qiming's shout tore through the house as she came flying down the staircase. A split second later, a pair of chopsticks whipped past her head. Zhu Qiming knew exactly who had thrown them. Her voice softened into a wounded whimper. Father, why would you throw that at me? Shen Wanzhong stalked toward her, his face dark. Why? You have the nerve to ask me why? Yunshu is your older sister. What is with the screaming? Is that how your mother taught you to behave? Zhu Qiming stood there, stunned. Her eyes darted to Yang Zhu, still seated at the table. Yang Zhu shot her a sharp warning look. Father, I was just what? I have been far too easy on you. His dinner was already giving him heart palpitations. He did not need this. A maid stepped forward. Sir, there is someone at the gate asking for the eldest young lady. He said his surname is Shu. Shu. The name rang a distant bell, but Shen Wanzhong could not place it. He glanced at Yunshu. She had just set down her chopsticks, finished with her meal. Let him in, she said. Yang Zhu shot a quick look at Zhu Qiming, then leaned close to Huaishan and whispered, Don't say a word. Her son was too naive. Better he stayed quiet. A moment later, Xu Zongyuan strode in, a sharp suit hugging his frame. Behind him, 5 women in professional attire carried briefcases. Shen Wanzhong was on the living room sofa, tea in hand. The second he recognized the face, his cup nearly slipped from his fingers, his eyes went wide. He stared at Xu Zongyuan in disbelief. Special Assistant Shu, what brings you here? He set the cup aside, scrambled to his feet, and rushed forward. Shu Zongyuan was Fu Huaishan's special assistant. That position alone made him a man Shen Wanzhong would kill just to get a meeting with. Shen Wanzhong had been chasing a partnership with Fu Corporation for years, but he had never gotten a direct line to Fu Huaishan, and now his right-hand man was standing in his living room. Shu Zongyuan gave Shen Wanzhong a blank, professional glance and the slightest nod, then his whole demeanor shifted as he turned to Yun Shu on the couch. A warm smile spread across his face. Miss Yun, Mr. Fu sent these tutors to help with your studies. The 5 women greeted her in unison. Good evening, Miss Yun. Yun Shu blinked. Tutors? She had not asked for any tutors. Yes, these are senior instructors from the quantum node network tech company in the capital. Mr. Fu thought they could make things a little easier for you. The quantum node network tech company, the most elite institution in the capital. Nothing like Windsor Academy, where a fat check could buy your way in. The students and faculty there were the best in the country. The entire Shen family went rigid, and Fu Huaishan had personally arranged this. Mr. Fu also wanted me to tell you not to push yourself too hard, Shu Zongyuan added. Yun Shu considered it, then nodded. All right. Shen Wanzhong was reeling. When had his daughter even met Fu Huaishan? He had no idea, and now the man was sending top-tier company instructors to her doorstep. What the hell had he missed? Yang Zhu instinctively pulled Shen Yishuan and Zhu Qimeng closer. Shen Wanzhong cleared his throat. Special Assistant Shu, could I ask, what exactly is the relationship between CEO Fu and my daughter? Every person in the room, except Yun Shu, held their breath. Shu Zongyuan's face went flat the second he turned to Shen Wanzhong. Mr. Shen, I'll be on my way now. Then he faced Yun Shu again, his expression softening with deep respect. Miss Yun, I'll take my leave. Okay, she remained perfectly indifferent. Shu Zongyuan headed for the door. Shen Wanzhong scrambled after him, desperate to see him out properly. The second he was gone, Zhu Qimeng exploded. Yun Shu, what exactly is your relationship with Fu Huaishan? Yun Shu rose from the couch. Her expression was ice. None of your damn business. Zhu Qimeng's mouth opened and closed. Nothing came out. Yang Zhu reacted faster. She eyed the 5 instructors still standing there and slipped into a warm, caring tone. Yun Shu, your little sister only asked because she's worried about you. She didn't mean any harm. These were not ordinary tutors. If she could paint Yun Shu as a disrespectful brat in front of them, the story would spread all on its own. Yun Shu let out a laugh so cold it sent a chill down their spines. Ask? What gives you the right to ask? Her gaze locked onto Yang Zhu. Yang Zhu. Don't pretend in front of me. The debt between us, we'll settle it slowly. By the time her father had seen the visitor out, she was already upstairs in her room with the tutors. Honey, how does she know Mr. Fu? Her mother asked, her tone carefully light. Her father snapped, how the hell should I know? If he'd had even a hint she was connected to Fu Huaishan, he never would have wasted all that time begging for scraps. Her younger sister's gaze flickered. She softened her voice, almost like she was talking to herself. Oh, so that's what sis meant the other day. The moment her father looked at her, she pressed a hand over her mouth. Nothing. I didn't say anything. If you know something, you tell your father. Don't you dare hide it. Her mother stepped in right on cue. Spit it out. No more games. With her father's order hanging in the air, her younger sister let out a sigh, like she had no choice. It's probably nothing, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Last week, Sis and I went to the horse ranch. We stayed the night, but she disappeared. The next morning, a friend and I went looking for her. We saw her walk out of Mr. Fu's villa. What happened inside? I have no idea. Half a story, just enough suggestion. The implication was clear. She'd spent that night with Fu Huaishan. Oh, you stop that right now. If I catch you spreading rumors again, you'll be disciplined. Her mother swatted her daughter's arm, disapproval dripping from the gesture. Her younger sister's face crumpled on cue. Mother, I'm not making anything up. Sis told me not to say a word to you. I talked back, and she hit me. That's how I ended up in the hospital. Her father's expression went dark. He replayed the timeline in his head. Her entire attitude had turned on its head right after that day. Could Fu Huaishan really be behind her? So she acts like a whore and then beats you for calling it out. I'll handle this. Her younger brother wrenched free from his mother's grip. Don't you dare. His mother grabbed him again. Let go, Mom, that freak hit my sister. I'm not letting it slide. Think. The struggle turned the living room into chaos. Enough, everyone shut up. Her father's voice cut through the noise. Younger brother, sit down. The boy, still burning for payback, dropped into a chair at the command. Her father fixed a hard stare on her younger sister. I'll ask her about this myself. You don't repeat it to anyone. He turned and headed upstairs. That's it. That's all he's going to do. Her younger brother was furious. Keep your mouth shut, her mother warned. From now on, you stay out of anything involving her. If she truly had Fu Huaishan in her corner, her mother would have to move carefully. Her younger brother was too reckless. No match for her. And you, younger sister, until we know exactly what's between her and Fu Huaishan, you keep your head down. Mother, haven't you noticed? Dad has changed. A story like that, and her father had swallowed it whole before, he would have exploded tonight. Nothing. Leave your father to me, you just behave. Her mother glanced toward the stairs. She could see the shift as plainly as anyone could. She'd hoped to bury her today, but those useless thugs had failed at every turn. She needed a new plan. Looting restaurant. Inside the private room, Cheng was mid-performance, telling Owen all about how he'd helped Fu Huaishan win over his girl. Old Lu, you ever fall for a woman you can't catch, you come straight to me. I'll get you across the finish line. The door swung open. Fu Huaishan walked in, and Cheng's mouth snapped shut. Cheng. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out with your girl? He'd handed him every romantic play in the book. Had he burned through them all already? Fu Huaishan dropped onto the sofa, his dark gaze settling on Cheng so steadily the man started to squirm. Owen poured a glass of wine and set it beside Fu Huaishan. Congratulations, Cheng. Fu Huaishan knocked it back in one swallow. Thanks. Cheng leaned in, wary. What happened? She didn't like my ideas. Not every girl likes roses, Huaishan said. She doesn't like roses. What about shopping, a yacht, the whole setup? No? She didn't have time, she had to study. He could still see that serious look on her face when she told him she needed to hit the books. It had landed harder than he'd expected. Cheng had nothing. What century was this girl from? A stupidly rich, stupidly good-looking billionaire standing right there, and she'd picked studying over a date? Owen saw it differently. She was a student. If she'd been like every other girl, Huaishan probably wouldn't have looked twice. She sounds like she's got her own mind. Huaishan nodded. Yeah, she thinks for herself. One of these days, I want to sit down and really talk with her, Owen said, lifting his glass to both of them. The Sioux residence. Her father paced outside her door for a long while, but he never knocked. Eventually, he walked back to his own room. Not long after, her mother slipped up to her door herself. She heard the tutors' voices through the wall. Mid-lesson satisfied, she pulled out her phone and headed into the back garden. The call connected. She dropped her voice to a whisper. We need to cool things down for a while. The man on the other end had been about to ask her to come over. His voice sharpened. Lee man, you couldn't get it done, so now you're cutting me loose. No, it's just, a lot's going on at home, and you don't want your wife finding out, do you? Just do what I tell you. I'll reach out when I can. She caught the light flicking on in the upstairs bedroom and ended the call fast. She stayed in her room with the tutors until late. She saw them to the door, then turned back toward the house. She was crossing the garden when every outdoor light cut out at once. Black. Total blackness. A rush of air behind her. She stepped to the side. The blow went wide, and she heard the rush of air as the attacker's momentum carried him forward. She reached back and seized him as he stumbled past. A crisp slap cracked through the garden. Slap, slap. Slap point one after another, clean and unbroken. The attacker had planned to stay silent, but Yun Shu's relentless hits left her stunned. Finally, she couldn't hold it in. Yun Shu, stop right now, she shrieked. Panicked, she clawed toward Yun Shu's face. But Yun Shu caught her hand mid-strike and twisted it back. The slapping stopped. The sound of bone breaking took its place. Yun Shu let go, then drove a hard kick into Ju Chimeng's chest. Sending her flying into the bushes, her freshly painted face hit the dirt. Ju Chimeng, if you're planning another ambush, take a shower first. That heavy perfume is borderline toxic. Idiot. Yun Shu turned and strolled back toward her room, where Ju Chimeng broke down sobbing in the garden. Eventually a maid found her and dragged her out of the dirt. The next morning, Ju Chimeng showed up at the breakfast table with her arm wrapped in thick bandages. Shen Wanzhong frowned at her swollen face and bandaged arm. Didn't your arm already heal? Why is it wrapped again? I fell last night, Ju Chimeng said, her voice pitiful, but her eyes stabbed toward Yun Shu, who was eating her breakfast with obvious enjoyment. Shen Wanzhong followed her gaze to Yun Shu, then quickly looked away. Can't you be more careful? He muttered, and went silent. Father, Ju Chimeng was miserable. But one look at Yang Zhu's warning glare shut her mouth. After breakfast, Shen Wanzhong had the driver take all three of them to school. Yun Shu immediately claimed the back seat of the minivan. Huaishan and Zhu Chimeng sat up front. Huaishan glanced at his sister's bandaged arm and raised his voice so Yunshu could hear. "Sis, did someone hit you?" Zhu Chimeng shot a quick look back at Yunshu, who had her eyes closed like she was asleep. She shook her head. "No, I fell by accident." Her mother valued her little brother over everything. Last night Yang Zhu had warned her if Huaishan got dragged in again and upset their father, she wouldn't walk away easy, so she kept her mouth shut. She couldn't get revenge at home, but at school, that was a different story. If someone's messing with you, tell me. If Mom hadn't stepped in yesterday, I would have made them pay. Huaishan fumed. "No one's stopping you now." Yunshu's eyes snapped open. "Want to try?" Huaishan gritted his teeth, but the memory of his bruised knee from the day before pinned him to his seat. He jabbed a finger at her. "Yunshu, don't get cocky. The only reason I'm not hitting you is because you're a girl. If you were a guy, then treat me like a guy. You point that finger at me again and you'll find out exactly what happens. Ask your sister." Zhu Chimeng quickly shoved Huaishan's hand down. The memory of her broken arm was still fresh. "Sis, why are you scared of her?" He wasn't backing down. "Remember what Mom said last night." At the mention of Yang Zhu's warning, Huaishan grudgingly sat still. The driver dropped them at Windsor Academy's main gate. When the three climbed out together, nearby students started whispering immediately. Huaishan rushed off, unwilling to be seen with Yunshu. Zhu Chimeng peeled away with her usual group of friends. Only Yunshu strolled into the school alone, unhurried. By the time she reached her classroom, most of the seats were already filled. Today, her entrance didn't stir the same chaos as yesterday. There was still chatter, but not the same frenzy. She took her seat and pulled out a textbook. Then a shadow fell over her desk. Ji Hongxian stood there, unusual for him, since he always went straight to his own seat without a word. "Can I sit next to you?" His sudden question stunned everyone. Ji Hongxian almost never spoke. The only time he had last semester was during the mandatory self-introduction. No matter what anyone said to him, he either ignored them or stayed completely silent. Now he was starting a conversation and asking to sit beside Yunshu. Had someone swapped his brain? Yunshu looked up, her bright eyes meeting his. After a moment, she nodded sure. Ji Hongxian sat down. She went back to reading. He went back to sleeping. The classmates who had been watching traded confused glances. What's up with Ji Hongxian? Why's he sitting with Yunshu? You think he likes her? A guy joked. Nah, he's just weird. Maybe his old desk mate was too loud. A weirdo and a failure. Perfect match, a girl whispered to her desk mate. Her desk mate quickly shushed her. Keep your voice down. Did you forget about Mr. Fu? The girl's eyes flashed with resentment, but she didn't say another word. Morning classes passed quickly. Lunchtime. Students paired off and headed to the cafeteria. Yunshu was about to leave when a man in a suit appeared at the classroom door. Which one of you is Miss Yunshu? He asked, his voice carrying across the room. She walked over. That's me. The man's tone immediately shifted to respect. Miss Yun, I'm here to deliver your lunch. He took an ornate lunchbox from the man behind him and handed it to her. I didn't order anything. This is from Mr. Fu, he said, lowering his voice. Mr. Fu Huaishan. Enjoy your meal. With that, he and his companion left. Yunshu returned to her seat with the lunchbox. Just as she sat down, Her phone rang. Did you get your lunch? Fu Huaishan's voice came through. Yeah, I got it. I have a meeting today, so I can't have lunch with you. I'll pick you up after school. Okay. They talked a little longer, then hung up. Huaishan, who had been asleep all morning, finally stirred awake. Yunshu lifted the lid of her lunchbox. The moment it came off, the aroma hit her, rich, savory, impossible to ignore. Huaishan couldn't help glancing over from the next desk. 8 containers sat in front of her, each packed tight with food. He scratched his head. Seriously, it wasn't a big deal. You didn't need to buy me lunch. Yunshu looked up, a little surprised. This is my lunch. You're eating all that yourself? He stared at the spread. No way a girl her size could put down that much food. I'm growing. Got a problem with that? The response threw him completely. He nodded a little too fast. Right. Yeah. No problem. He started to back away. Wait. Yunshu's voice stopped him. What favor did you do for me, exactly? Oh, nothing major. That forum post from the other day. He'd fixed his coding bug thanks to her tip, so he'd returned the favor by taking down the thread. The comments had been brutal. Yunshu pulled out her phone. Huaishan reached out to stop her. Don't bother. I already handled it. You can't find it now. Before he finished, her fingers flew across the screen. Seconds later, the school forum loaded, and the thread he thought he'd buried was right there. How did you do that? His eyes went wide. He yanked out his own phone and logged in. Nothing. Yunshu handed her phone over, the page displaying the exact thread. She tilted her head. Is that supposed to be hard? Huaishan looked at the screen, then at her. His ego took a clean hit. He'd assumed she just got lucky helping him with that bug earlier. Now he understood. The girl had real skills. 2 seconds later, he dropped into the chair beside her, eyes bright with excitement. Let's duel. I'm hungry. Need to eat. She was on a strict eating schedule. When mealtime hit, she ate. I'll wait. Fine. Yunshu started eating. Huaishan hovered, impatient, and got a front row seat to the show. She cleaned out all 8 containers, putting away enough food for 2 grown men. By the time the last one was empty, he realized how wrong he'd been earlier. She hadn't been treating him to anything. She wiped her mouth with a napkin. Done. What's the competition? First one to hack the other's phone? She nodded. Deal. And if you lose? How exactly would I lose? Confidence radiated off him lately. He'd just been taken on as a protege by some legendary hacker, and he wanted to test what he'd learned. Let's say you lose, Yunshu pressed. What's the price? She was dead serious. Huaishan considered it. Whatever you say. I'll do it from then on. I'll follow your lead. Fine. 10 minutes later, Yunshu sat back, lazily picking at a hangnail. She'd cleaned the virus Huaishan planted in her phone in under 60 seconds. Huaishan, meanwhile, was sweating. His thumbs pounded the screen, trying to purge whatever she'd planted on his device. He worked frantically, stealing glances at her. The more relaxed she looked, the more his stomach tightened. Finally, he dropped his hands. I lose. He set his phone on her desk. He'd tried everything. Nothing could touch the virus she'd installed. I'll do whatever you say, but can you at least tell me how you did it? His voice cracked. He sounded like an addict begging for a hit. Good disciple. Study hard from now on. Yun Shu stood, a cocky smile tugging at her lips as she looked down at him. Disciple. The word hit him like a thunderclap. You're 01? The handsomest guy at Windsor Academy. She recited his screen name without missing a beat. Huaishan's face cycled through emotions like a slot machine. Confusion first, then shock, then a deep, hot blush, mostly because of that ridiculous username. You're my mentor? He had to say it out loud, just to be sure. Yun Shu looked at the red-faced boy and nodded slowly. Good disciple, sharp instincts. She confirmed it, and Huaishan nearly lost his mind. A few days ago, his computer had been hacked. He'd fought back for the thrill, but the other person was always one step ahead, shutting him down completely, so he'd asked that person to be his teacher. And that person was Yun Shu, the plain girl everyone at school called the biggest loser in their grade. He scratched his head, bewildered. Teacher, you're this good. Why do you always score 0 on computer exams? Why do you score 0? Yun Shu countered. Because those tests are child's play. Oh, wait, that's why you do it too. The light finally clicked. No wonder you're the mentor. A true master. His random impulse to sit next to her today. Best decision ever. Everyone's coming back. Keep your voice down. Yun Shu tipped her head. Her new disciple had been grinning like an idiot the entire time. Yes, whatever you say, teacher. He instantly snapped back into his usual quiet shell. Teacher, that virus you planted, how did you do it? I want to learn. His face was pure hunger. Simple. Increase your hand speed. Don't give your opponent time to breathe. Hand speed. He'd never heard that hacking came down to APM, but if teacher said it, it was gospel. From that day on, Huaishan stopped sleeping through class. Every waking minute, he trained his finger speed. At the International Trade Mall, Ju Chiming stepped outside with her best friend, both of them loaded with shopping bags. Chiming, you've been impossible to reach lately. I've tried inviting you out so many times. Yangzhu pouted. Don't even get me started. Things are insane at home. I can't go get facials with you today either. Next time, I swear. Find my drivers here. Text me when you're free. Yangzhu climbed into her family's car and drove off. Ju Chiming waited at the curb for Ji Hongxian. He arrived a few minutes later, and they drove straight to a hotel. The moment they got inside the room, he didn't bother with words. His hands were all over her, yanking at her clothes. Ju Chiming gave a half-hearted protest before they tumbled onto the bed together. Just as the two of them were reaching their peak, the door burst open. Bang, the deafening crash froze them both instantly. Yangzhu shoved Shen Wanzhong away and scrambled to dress, but before she could, a group of men and women rushed in. You slut, you dare seduce my husband? Ju Chiming grabbed Yangzhu by the hair and yanked hard. The searing pain made Yangzhu scream. Wife, let me explain. Shen Wanzhong tried to intervene, but two men held him back. Explain? I don't want to hear your lies. Ju Chiming rolled up her sleeves. Half an hour earlier, Ju Chiming had been in the middle of a mahjong game when an anonymous video came through on her phone. Her husband, Shen Wanzhong, hand in hand with Yangzhu, walking into a hotel. The sender even included the room number. Ju Chiming gathered her people and charged over. Beat her, beat that shameless whore. At her command, they all lunged at Yangzhu. The beating lasted a full hour, leaving Yang Zhu battered beyond recognition. Shen Wanzhong took his share of blows, too. Only after he sobbed and begged for a long, long time did Zhu Qimeng finally relent. She dragged him back home. Yang Zhu was a pathetic sight, her mouth swollen, hair tangled, clothes barely clinging to her body. Remembering the humiliation and the beating, she sobbed miserably. Meanwhile, Shen Wanzhong didn't even make it home. A van roared up and blocked his path at the doorstep. 5 or 6 burly men jumped out and started pummeling him without a word. Zhu Qimeng stood to the side, watching with grim satisfaction. She didn't lift a finger or speak a word to stop them. Only when Shen Wanzhong was barely breathing did the men finally drive off. As they vanished, one shouted back, "The boss says whatever pain he feels, you feel too." Half conscious, Shen Wanzhong knew the men were from Red-Haired Man's crew. No sooner had they rushed Shen Wanzhong to the hospital than tax authorities appeared, armed with evidence of tax evasion and bribery. They hauled him straight from the hospital to a detention center. The sum involved guaranteed he'd spend the rest of his life in prison. Meanwhile, Yang Zhu huddled in the hotel, too terrified to return to the Yun family. At the same time, Yun Shu stared at her phone screen. Huaishan Electronics had just announced a new vice president appointment. A savage smile curved her lips. So, Shen Wanzhong, did you like that surprise? Today, an extra class ran late, so school ended nearly an hour later than usual. As she rounded the corner, she spotted the eye-catching Rolls-Royce, its black paint gleaming in the sun. The man standing beside it was even more striking. Fu Huaishan was tall, his perfectly tailored suit emphasizing a powerful, lean frame. His face was all sharp angles, a sculpture come to life, with thin lips set beneath a straight nose. His expression was cool and detached. Just standing there, he radiated an air of absolute authority. Yun Shu couldn't help sighing. This man was unfairly handsome. As if sensing her gaze, Fu Huaishan looked up, their eyes met. The corner of his mouth lifted. He strode over on long legs, stopped in front of her, and took her hand as naturally as breathing. "Hungry, you are?" he asked, his voice laced with affection. She nodded. We had an extra class today." Normally she'd already be at the dinner table. "Then let's go eat." He held her hand and led her to the car. Inside, Fu Huaishan gave the driver a quick order, and the car pulled smoothly away. A normal 20-minute rush-hour drive took barely 10. They arrived at a private restaurant in the city center. The first floor was still empty. They headed straight up to the private room on the second floor. The moment they sat down, the restaurant manager began serving the dishes personally. Once everything was set, he withdrew and stood guard outside the door. "This is a new dish, try it." Fu Huaishan placed a piece in Yun Shu's bowl. "Okay." She took a bite and chewed slowly. After a second, her brow furrowed. "Not good." Fu Huaishan caught the shift immediately. "It tastes fine, but I'd rather have real meat." The dish looked like meat, but wasn't. The texture and flavor gave it away. Fu Huaishan nodded. "Got it." He made a mental note. Figure out how to make her accept vegetables, maybe even like them. Once she ignored the imitation meat dishes, her appetite kicked in. She ate with relish, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Fu Huaishan served her as he ate, cracking crab legs, peeling shrimp, refilling her juice. Every move was natural, practiced. They didn't speak much, but the wordless rhythm of one serving and one enjoying drew them closer. When Yunshu was completely full, she lifted her adorable face and gave Fu Huaishan a radiant smile. The warmth of it spread to him, softening his lips into a look of pure tenderness. In that moment, something shifted between them, threads of affection unfurled, slowly weaving them together. After dinner, Fu Huaishan drove Yunshu back to the Yun home. As the car moved, he asked quietly, "Yua, would you like to go to Qing'an Academy?" She shook her head without hesitation. No. Fu Huaishan smiled. Okay. Whatever she wanted, he would support. He didn't need a reason. The night before, the tutors had talked with Yunshu late into the night. Today, Honorary Principal Professor Zhong from Qing'an Academy reached out to Fu Huaishan directly. He wanted Yunshu to transfer. The reason was simple. Her learning speed was astonishing, and she could draw inferences and apply knowledge with ease. He believed she deserved a better educational environment. Fu Huaishan wouldn't force anything. He'd asked for her opinion. Her wishes came first. Fu Huaishan glanced at her backpack. Ugly words now covered the fabric, scrawled in harsh strokes. The teacher had said she was a fast learner, but it looked like Yunshu had more secrets than he realized. Across campus, the Western restaurant just outside the school gates had a pure date night vibe. Soft lighting, intimate booths. Half the academy used the place for couples. When Ji Hongxian got Zhu Qimeng's message asking to meet here, he couldn't stop grinning. He dropped everything and hurried over right after his last class. But by the time the academy was nearly empty, Zhu Qimeng still hadn't shown. Finally, the door opened. "Over here, Qimeng." He stood and waved. She walked toward him, her expression full of apology. "Sorry, Hongxian. I hurt my hand, so the teacher's assignment took me longer." She gestured at the arm Yunshu had broken, the cast impossible to miss. Ji Hongxuan's heart soared when he saw her. Then it crashed. "Qimeng, you're way too soft. That's why Yunshu runs all over you." She slipped into her usual role, keeping her voice generous and sweet. "Don't say that. My sister didn't mean it. Honestly, I'm fine. I just won't be able to compete in the art contest next week." "That did it." Ji Hongxian slammed his palm against the table. "Damn it. Your art is incredible, and now you're out because of her. I'll get payback." A flicker of triumph lit Zhu Qimeng's eyes, but her face stayed angelic. "Hongxian, don't do anything stupid for me. You already got punished last time. Please, don't be rash." "Don't worry, Qimeng. I won't be rash." He leaned in, his voice low. "But I'm going to make sure Yunshu loses face, and she's going to know exactly what a broken arm feels like." Zhu Qimeng put on her best worried face. In a moment of well-timed urgency, she grabbed his hand, the one he just used to slam the table. "Hongxian, please don't do this for me. I'm not worth it." Inside, she was glowing. Ji Hongxian was so predictable, so easy to manipulate. A few carefully chosen words, and he was ready to fight her battles for her. She couldn't beat Yunshu herself, but Ji Hongxian, he was a key member of the martial arts club. Yunshu wouldn't stand a chance against him. Ji Hongxuan's face flushed at her touch. He held her hand, looking at her like she was the only person in the world, like he'd give her everything. After dinner, Fu Huaishan drove Yunshu home. The luxury car pulled up in front of the Shun residence. its distinctive license plate gleaming under the streetlights. Shen Wanzhong stood in the living room, looking out as he spotted the car instantly. That plate was impossible to miss. He thought about going out to greet them. Then, after a beat of hesitation, he stayed right where he was. Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu got out of the car. He took her backpack, his voice low and easy. Want me to walk you in? She took the bag from him. No need. If Shen Wanzhong sees you, he'll have a heart attack. One eyebrow arched. Was he really that scary? I'm out of town tomorrow, work trip. Call me if you need anything. Or I can leave Li Jun here for you. He took her hand, running his thumb over her knuckles. Yun Shu glanced at Li Jun, who stood a few yards away. She shook her head. I'm fine. She'd noticed Fu Huaishan's assistant didn't like her. The reason didn't matter. She wasn't about to force a relationship with someone who didn't want one. And anyway, she wasn't that helpless girl anymore. She could take care of herself. All right, I'll be back soon. She nodded. They said their goodbyes. Fu Huaishan waited until she disappeared inside before he drove off. Yun Shu stepped into the living room. Shen Wanzhong was standing by the large window, the perfect spot to watch everything that happened at the front gate. When he saw her come in, he turned back. Yeah. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then changed course. Did you eat? Yes. Your mother, Yang Zhu, had an emergency back home. She had to leave. If you need anything, tell me. Yun Shu almost laughed out loud. Emergency, right? More like she was too bruised and battered to show her face. Got it. She nodded and headed upstairs. Shen Wanzhong watched her go, memories flooding in. When had that little girl who used to run straight to him the second he walked through the door stopped wanting to talk to him at all? In her room, Yun Shu powered through her homework fast. Then she cracked open her laptop and logged into the website. When she saw the latest task posted, a slow smile curved her lips. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, entering a long string of code. The screen went black, thousands of characters shifting and dancing across it. She hit enter. A password box appeared on screen. She thought for a few seconds, then typed. The screen flashed white. Red letters appeared. Unlock successful. Ding dong. A notification lit up her phone. 500,000 had landed in her account. She did the math. Between her earlier design work and this job, she had 6.5 million now, not counting the card Shen Wanzhong had given her. It sounded like a lot, but building her own foundation, she still had a long way to go. She needed to find a way to earn more. Royal Garden Manor sat on the outskirts of the capital, a dreamlike castle hidden from the world. Covering 100 acres, it belonged to one man, Fu Huaishan, his private territory. Past the main gate, a grand avenue stretched like a sleeping dragon, winding toward the heart of the city. The entire estate was wrapped in miles of wrought iron fencing, delicate scrollwork threading through the bars. The architecture fused Gothic spires with sleek modern lines. A strange, harmonious beauty. The marble exterior gleamed under the sun, casting a cold, dignified light. Stepping through the revolving door, inlaid with Swarovski crystal, felt like entering another world. Inside, the living room soared 60 feet high. Above it, a floating staircase cascaded downward like a river of stars. A breathtaking visual impact, priceless Persian rugs and custom gilt chandeliers filled the space with quiet, unapologetic luxury. The estate had everything: a private helipad, an infinity pool, an underground wine cellar. Every detail whispered of its owner's immense power and singular taste. Inside the estate, the main building was Huaishan's residence. Huaishan and Liu Ting stayed in Building 2 right next door, while bodyguards and servants lived in separate quarters. Huaishan walked back from the main house and found Liu Ting sitting outside Building 2, staring at the main building like his mind had completely checked out. "Hey, man, we're heading out on a business trip with the boss. Why do you look like you've got nothing left to live for?" Li Jun dropped down beside him. Liu Ting didn't answer, his eyes stayed fixed on the main house. "I wish we could swap. You go with the boss, and I'll protect Miss Ju." Li Jun bumped his shoulder against Liu Ting's. At the name Ju Chiming, Liu Ting finally pulled his gaze away. He turned to Li Jun, face dead serious. "You want to protect Ju Chiming?" Li Jun caught the question and the look. He thought for a beat, then asked, "You don't like Miss Ju?" Liu Ting shook his head. "It's not that I don't like her. She's too weak. The boss is too strong. She'll become his weakness." "So you really don't like her?" "I knew it. Ever since the boss assigned you to protect her, you've been off your game." Liu Ting said nothing. "Honestly, I think Miss Ju is great. She loves and hates with everything she's got, and she doesn't waste words when it's time to throw a punch. Way better than those fake heiresses who put on airs." Li Jun clapped a hand on Liu Ting's shoulder. "But she's the one the boss loves. I'm going to rest. Take care of the boss." Liu Ting turned and walked into the building. Li Jun waved him off. "Don't worry. I've got this." The next day during lunch break, Ju Chiming and Luo Juncheng went to the campus garden. "Miss, I checked out that site you sent. It's just a platform where hackers pick up jobs. What's so special about it?" She'd sent him the link the night before and told him to study it carefully. He'd stayed up all night and hadn't found a single thing out of the ordinary. Ju Chiming plucked a weed and started tying it into knots. She glanced up. "Do you want to build one yourself?" "Build one?" Luo Juncheng didn't follow. "I mean, do you want to start your own site? Instead of just taking jobs on someone else's platform, you'd be the one calling the shots, the one at the top." His eyes lit up instantly. He nodded so frantically his head might as well have been a bobblehead. "Yes, I've dreamed of it. Pretty much every hacker dreams of running their own site, but the catch is, you have to be strong enough that no one else can break in. Only then can you make them work for you." "But I can't." His voice dropped. His skills were nowhere near that level. Ju Chiming saw his face and stopped beating around the bush. "I want to build my own site right now. Are you in?" Luo Juncheng stared, mouth open, words gone. All he could do was nod like a bobblehead. "Good, then it's settled." Ju Chiming tossed the weed aside and stood, looking down at him. "Yeah. It's settled." He nodded solemnly. Ju Chiming's skills were near the top. She could build a site on her own if she wanted. But by asking him to join, Luo Juncheng knew she was lending him a hand. He made a silent vow. "Miss, don't worry. I won't let you down." And not long after, Luo Juncheng didn't let her down, but that's a story for later. After that, they headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Huaishan had originally wanted to have meals delivered to Ju Chiming every day, but she refused. College life was too important to her. Even eating in the cafeteria was something she wanted to experience for herself. The school cafeteria was massive. The first floor was the regular dining area. The second floor had private rooms reserved for VIP students. As long as you had the money, you could get a private booth and meals cooked by personal chefs. By now, only a dozen or so students were still eating. The rest had gone back to class. Ju Chiming grabbed a random seat in the dining area, and Luo Juncheng volunteered to get the food. When he came back carrying 2 trays and sat next to her, they still drew a few looks from the remaining students. I heard that weirdo Luo Juncheng hooked up with Ju Chiming, a guy said with a sneer. The girl beside him frowned. Why do you have to say it like that? They just sat together. You have such a dirty mind. She sounded genuinely annoyed. Fine that I was just joking. Why are you getting mad? I won't say it again. Okay, let's eat. The guy backed off, and the conversation died. They hadn't been quiet with the cafeteria nearly empty. Ju Chiming and Luo Juncheng heard every word. Miss, sorry that I didn't think sitting with you would start rumors like this. He just acted on impulse. Ju Chiming stabbed a thick piece of meat with her chopsticks and bit into it. Eat, and stop apologizing. If a dog bites you, are you gonna bite it back? Of course not. It's a dog. Too dirty. Luo Juncheng wrinkled his nose. Then there you go, eat. She was serious about her food and never bothered with gossip. Seeing her attitude, Luo Juncheng relaxed and smiled again. You're right, miss. From now on, I won't let barking dogs get to me. Hey, miss, slow down. There's more if you want some. Luo Juncheng watched Ju Chiming eat and couldn't help thinking, his miss really didn't play by any rules. What girl ate like her? So much, so fast, and so picky. Mostly meat. They finished quickly. Luo Juncheng returned the trays, and they were about to head back to class when Ju Chiming stopped dead at the cafeteria entrance. Miss, what's wrong? Luo Juncheng started, but she raised a hand to silence him. She cocked her head, listening. A familiar sound. Without a word, she turned and headed toward a small building to the left of the cafeteria. Luo Juncheng, confused, had no choice but to follow. The building was about 10 yards away, a storage shed where the janitors kept odds and ends. When they reached the door, Luo Juncheng finally heard it. Faint, muffled sobbing from somewhere inside. Ju Chiming had trained her hearing back in the parallel world. After being reborn, she'd been sharpening it. Which was why she'd caught the crying long before Luo Juncheng did. She pushed the door open and called into the dim space. Han Duo, what are you crying about? Isn't she just supposed to strip? If you keep bawling like that, how are you going to dance? Laughter poured out of the room, followed by sleazy, jeering commentary. Hell, she can cry and dance at the same time. Might actually make it more fun. Get moving. If a teacher shows up, I'm holding you responsible. One of them raised his fist, the threat unmistakable. Ju Chiming trembled from head to toe, tears streaming down her face faster than she could wipe them away. Her voice splintered between sobs. Please, just let me go. I'll give you money, whatever you want. The 3 boys ignored her completely. One grabbed a fistful of her clothes and barked, "You're dancing, and we're taking your money too." The others erupted in harsh laughter that sounded more like demons circling prey. No. Please, don't. Her voice cracked as she struggled. But she was too weak. Her resistance meant nothing to them. When it was obvious she wasn't going to cooperate, the other two closed in, hands tearing at her from every side. Ah! Her scream slammed off the walls, pure terror and despair spiking to its limit. Outside the door, Fu Huaishan heard everything. All the color drained from his face. 3 against one girl. That was low. Completely shameless. He didn't think. He just launched himself at the door, but before he could hit it, a strong hand grabbed the back of his collar and yanked him backward, reeling him several steps away. Before he could even register what happened, a deafening bang split the air. The steel door, the one they'd all assumed was impossible to breach, blew open like flimsy cardboard under the force of Yunshu's brutal kick. Inside, the three guys froze. Everything ground to a halt. They turned, faces slack with disbelief. And then they saw Yunshu standing in the doorway, and the shock curdled straight into arrogance. Smirks crawled across their faces. Well, if it isn't Yunshu. The guy with the crew cut swaggered toward her first, full thug bravado, the other two falling in behind him, closing the space. Just as the tension coiled tight, Fu Huaishan stepped in front of Yunshu. Master, run, go find a teacher, I'll stall them. His expression was set, grim and determined. The three looked at his frantic face and burst out laughing. Ha! Where'd this clueless white knight come from? Playing hero? Yeah, a hero. That's hilarious. Yunshu's face was ice, her gaze locked onto them like frozen steel. Beneath the calm surface, something predatory stirred. The air turned sharp and cold. These seniors were the same ones who had bullied and humiliated her original self the worst. Their primary lackeys back then. They'd tried to force her to strip. If Ju Chiming hadn't found out and shouted for a teacher, Yunshu would have been shattered beyond repair. And now these same bastards were still at it, still hunting. What a perfect day. A cold smile twisted inside her. Since she'd run into them, she might as well settle the score early. Fu Huaishan, get Ju Chiming out of here. Her voice stayed even, but underneath that calm, a storm roared, ready to break. Fu Huaishan's heart jolted. No way was he leaving her to face them alone. No way, Master, you need to go, he shouted, panic rising. Are you defying me? Her tone sharpened, cutting through with an authority that shut down argument. He hesitated, caught. But I said, take Ju Chiming out. Yunshu's voice hit like a blade. Her glare pinned him where he stood. Fu Huaishan saw the absolute seriousness in her eyes, and it rocked him. He'd never seen her this stern before. He bit his lip, then finally gave a tight nod. Fine. The guy with the crew cut watched Yunshu with growing interest, a lecherous grin sliding across his face. Heard you got some work done. You're looking way better now, he said. The mockery thick. One of his buddies chimed in. No kidding, way hotter than before. All right then, the leader said. You come over here and dance for us, and I'll let Ju Chiming walk. Yunshu stepped forward 2 paces. Fine. The word was crisp and flat. Fu Huaishan rushed to Ju Chiming, pulled her up, and steadied her behind Yunshu. Master, just hold on. I'm getting a teacher now. His voice shook with urgency. He'd followed her orders, but he was not letting her face this alone. Ju Chimeng's eyes were already wet again, tears spilled and poured over between sobs. She screamed at Yun Shu, "Don't worry about me, just go." Yun Shu turned her head toward Fu Huaishan. "Take care of Ju Chimeng, close the door as you leave." "Yeah, close that door tight." The crew-cut guy strolled closer, lazily unzipping his jacket. "We've got some serious fun planned with Yun Shu." Fu Huaishan ground his teeth together as he grabbed the sobbing Ju Chimeng and bolted for the door at the same moment. The other two moved. One of them swung the door shut and clicked the lock into place. Now Yun Shu stood at the center, three guys surrounding her, a lamb penned inside a wolf den. Inside the room, she calmly shrugged off her jacket. The sight made them all the more eager. "Hurry up, take it all off." "Boss, you want me to?" The one who'd locked the door shot a pointed look at the leader, seeing her strip. "The hell are you asking? You think I'm waiting in line for you or what?" He hadn't even finished spitting out the filth when her pale fist slammed into his face. Li Jun and Liu Ting burst from the storage room, hearts hammering, and sprinted toward the mall manager's office. When they got to the door, gasping, it was locked. The office was empty. They traded a look, turned, and ran for Director Luo's office. Luck wasn't on their side. That office was empty too. Liu Ting was crying so hard she could barely breathe. "What do we do?" Li Jun grabbed her arm. "Go back to the department. I'm going back to help my boss." He was already running before she could argue. No way was he letting Yun Shu face those bastards alone. More than 10 minutes later, the screams inside the storage room went quiet. Yun Shu's face and hands were streaked with blood. She stared down at the three crumpled bodies on the floor, the tattooed man, the red-haired man, the crew-cut man, the lethal fury in her eyes slowly fading. She pulled out her phone and made a call. When Li Jun raced back, he found her sitting on a large crate outside the storage room. Her shirt was torn, blood smeared across her face, and she was calmly wiping her hands with a wet wipe. "Boss." His voice cracked. He stopped a few steps away, tears streaming. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone. This is all my fault." His legs gave out. He dropped to his knees in front of her. Yun Shu blinked. "Why are you kneeling to me?" Li Jun lifted his tear-streaked face. "It's my fault. Those bastards. They hurt you because I wasn't here." She saw the anguish on his face and a flicker of warmth touched her chest. "So you went to get the supervisors?" He nodded fast. "I went to the mall manager's office, and Director Luo's, but they weren't there." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault." "Good thing you didn't find them," she said, almost casually. He looked up, confused. Liu Ting's voice rang out. "The supervisor's coming, the supervisor's coming." They both turned. Liu Ting was running toward them, followed by the new department manager Mu Yun, who'd started only that day. Liu Ting had found her, spilled out the story in a shaking rush, and Mu Yun hadn't hesitated. "Yun Shu, you're hurt. I'll call an ambulance." Mu Yun's eyes were wide with worry. She was fresh out of training, and this was her very first day as manager of Department 6. "Don't worry, I'll make sure those employees face consequences for what they did." She pointed toward the storage room, voice firm with promise. Yun Shu's lips curved slightly as she took in the naive young woman's determination. "We do need an ambulance, but not for me. All three faces went blank. Boss, you've got blood all over you. The blood isn't mine. It's theirs. Li Jun, Liu Ting, manager Mu, they scanned her, top to bottom, left to right. Only when they were absolutely sure she wasn't injured did they let out a shaky breath. The confusion, though, only deepened. They started toward the storage room. Yun Shu's arm shot out, blocking Liu Ting and manager Mu. Li Jun can look. You two don't. Liu Ting and Mu Yun exchanged a glance, then nodded. Li Jun rushed to the storage room, shoved the door open, and stepped inside. Seconds later, he stumbled out, white-faced and drenched in sweat. He braced himself against the doorframe and emptied his stomach through the open door. Liu Ting and manager Mu caught a glimpse of three figures on the floor, twisted and barely recognizable. An ambulance came and took them away. By the time the afternoon shift bell rang, Li Jun and Liu Ting were waiting anxiously outside Director Luo's office. Inside, Yun Shu and manager Mu had been in there a long time. At last, they came out. Li Jun hurried over. Boss, did Director Luo punish you? No. Manager Mu spoke up for me. She turned to Mu Yun. Thank you. Mu Yun waved her hands. It's nothing. Yun Shu. It's my job. You defended yourself. You did nothing wrong. She would not let her people get bullied. All right, let's head back. You're dismissed. Yes, manager. Yun Shu walked with Li Jun and Liu Ting back to Department 6. Director Luo swept the whole thing under the rug. The only thing the other employees knew was that an ambulance had been called, but the real story, what happened in that storage room, and why Liu Ting was involved, had to stay buried. So after she'd finished with those three scumbags, Yun Shu made one phone call to Fu Huaishan. Fu Xingyao was out of town on business, and Yun Shu wasn't powerful enough yet to pressure Director Luo on her own. Calling Ji Hongxian was the fastest, safest fix. He made a special trip to the hospital. On the phone, Yun Shu had only said she'd beaten up a few classmates and needed him to handle it, so Ji Hongxian called the principal using Fu Huaishan's name. This was the first time he'd heard about her throwing punches, and curiosity got the better of him when he walked in and saw the three tall guys in the beds, faces bruised so badly they were unrecognizable, tubes threading into every possible vein. The corner of his mouth twitched. He motioned a bodyguard over. Ask what they did to get themselves beaten. A few minutes later, the bodyguard returned and told Ji Hongxian everything. Ji Hongxian was quiet for a beat, then he gave the order. Wheel them into the hallway. The bodyguard obeyed immediately, shoving the three beds out of the room. Ji Hongxian turned to another man. Tell the doctors, keep them breathing, nothing else. Don't treat them any further. The sight of them lying there meant nothing to him. These guys had bullied a female classmate and put their hands on Yun Shu. They'd touched the CEO's woman. They were begging to die. During the break, Zhu Qimeng's unease finally caught the attention of her deskmate, Liu Ting. Liu Ting pressed her for answers. In the end, Zhu Qimeng had no choice but to tell her everything. Liu Ting's face turned serious. She glanced back at Yun Shu, who sat calmly flipping through a book. You could never tell what was going on in that girl's head. The dismissal bell rang. Students started packing up. Li Jun and Yun Shu walked out together toward the school gate. Li Jun looked wrecked the whole way. His stomach was still rolling, the nausea refusing to let up. Master, how did you, He couldn't finish before another dry heave cut him off. Talking less helps, Yun Shu said flatly. No. Master, I really, think. You're amazing, He forced the words out between heaves, his face pale and miserable. Yun Shu patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it. If you're going to follow me, you have to. Yun Shu. Both Li Jun and Yun Shu looked up. Liu Ting and Zhu Chiming stood a few yards ahead, calling her name. Master, is she coming to start trouble again? Li Jun tensed. Yun Shu didn't answer. She walked over calmly and met Liu Ting's eyes. Something. Liu Ting held out a bag of milk tea. Thanks for today. I'm Zhu Chiming's big sister, but I didn't protect her, thank you. Her expression was completely sincere. Zhu Chiming beside her looked equally grateful. Thank you, Yun Shu, thank you so much. Yun Shu took the milk tea. No need. She walked on, Li Jun following while throwing glances back over his shoulder. Master, was Liu Ting trying to make peace? That girl never looked up to anyone in class. Yun Shu took a sip of the milk tea. Not bad. I don't know. She honestly didn't care. Didn't matter. At the Shen residence that evening, only Yun Shu and Shen Yishuan sat down to dinner. Shen Wanzhong was tied up at the company and couldn't make it. Yang Zhu still hadn't come back. She'd been beaten too severely, would need at least half a month to recover. Han Duo had gone to a class reunion. The servants served the dishes and withdrew. Yun Shu picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Shen Yishuan stayed glued to his phone, playing some game. Curses. Slipping out. Fuck, damn it. After losing several rounds in a row, he hurled his phone onto the floor. Piece of crap, these players are all trash, worse than garbage. Yun Shu shot him a sideways glance. If you suck, practice more blaming your teammates. Who's the real garbage here? You. Shen Yishuan shot to his feet, furious. Fine. You try, bet you're just as bad. Yun Shu shook her head, deliberately baiting him. No thanks. I don't play games with trash. The curse was right on his lips, but one look at her utterly unbothered expression and he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. He stormed back to his room without taking a single bite. In high spirits, Yun Shu helped herself to an extra bowl of rice. This kid was way too easy to mess with. A few words and he was fuming. Satisfying. Her phone rang. Fu Huaishan. She hit speaker, still chewing. Hey. Have you eaten yet? His voice was cool and even. Having dinner now, you? Yeah, just finished. I miss you. Cough, cough, the last 3 words caught her so off guard she started choking. Yun Shu, you okay? His tone sharpened with worry. Fine, just swallowed wrong. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. She really wasn't used to it. On the other end, Fu Huaishan's lips curved upward. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. When it came to eating, she was a pro. That choke had everything to do with what he'd just said. But he didn't call her out. He wanted her to get used to it slowly. They talked a little longer, then hung up. A moment later, a message popped up on her screen. She opened it. Fu Huaishan again. Miss you. This time, her reaction was much milder. Still holding the phone, her thoughts drifted to Shen Yishuan, and she felt a sudden flicker of amusement. She hacked into his phone, found the game he was playing and his account name, then downloaded the same app, a popular shooting game. A quick glance at the intro, and she logged in, located his server, and joined. "Hello, handsome Shan." She sent the friend request. He accepted right away. "Who are you? Why are you adding me? I'm your fan. Everyone says you're amazing at this game. I want you to carry me." A string of tearful, pleading emojis followed. "So what can you do? I'll think about whether to bring you along." Yunshu considered it for a second. "Not much, but I can back you up." "Fine. You back me up, I'll carry you." "Deal, thanks, brother Shan." They teamed up and dropped into the match. At first, Yunshu stuck close behind Huaishan, playing the total newbie. She picked up gear for him, scanned the map, followed every order. A few minutes in, 2 other squads appeared on the map. Huaishan tensed up. He messaged Yunshu to keep watch and be ready to take bullets for him. She agreed. Soon enough, the 2 squads merged to wipe Huaishan's team. He ordered Yunshu to run out and draw fire. She vanished. Huaishan screamed into the "MIC nothing." He cursed out loud. A moment later, both enemy squads were eliminated. The kill notification flashed across the screen. Hiding in a corner of some ruins, Huaishan laughed so hard tears ran down his face. "Brother Shan, I took them all out with that move you taught me," Yunshu messaged. "Not bad. Stick with me, you'll never lose." Huaishan took a screenshot. He'd have serious bragging rights at school tomorrow. His good mood didn't last. Yunshu messaged again. "Brother Shan, it's just us 2 left now. You better hide because I'm coming for you next." Huaishan didn't take her seriously. "Kid, you barely know how to shoot and you think you can take down your master?" The second he sent that message, the flag on the ruin corner where he had got shot down. Yunshu, that was when it hit him she wasn't joking. "What do you want?" he demanded. "To take you down. 10 seconds to hide. I don't want this over too fast." Yunshu hit the countdown. The ticker started. Huaishan cursed and scrambled for new cover. The instant he ducked, bullets slammed into the wall beside him. Inches away. That's how it went. Yunshu toyed with him for over a dozen rounds. Psychologically wrecked, Huaishan finally messaged her. "I quit, just kill me." The mental torture had broken him. What was even the point anymore? "Fine, but first you shout 10 times. I suck at this game. I'm a total noob. Then I'll let you go." Are you insane? Just kill me already. Why do you have to torture me? Huaishan was losing it, pacing his room, phone in a death grip. "Say it or not. Otherwise I'll send that thrilling footage of you hiding and running to all your classmates." "Bullshit, only the player can save their own game footage. You can't access mine." Huaishan wasn't buying it. Yunshu saw his reply, a wicked smile curving her lips. Her fingers tapped the screen. A message popped up on Huaishan's end. He stared at the clipped video. There he was, running and hiding the entire time, never firing back once. If this cowardly highlight reel hit the class group chat, he'd be the joke of the year. He couldn't beat her. He couldn't even yell at her. It was maddening. "Fine. Promise me. I say it. And you don't send that video to our classmates that if you do, you're a dog. Deal. So Huaishan, self-proclaimed gaming god who always blamed his teammates, shouted into the game, "I suck at this game. I'm a total noob." Yunshu opened the public channel in an instant. Tens of millions of online players watched and listened as Huaishan screamed that he was a noob. She'd promised not to send the video to his classmates. She never said a word about the public channel. The moment he finished his 10th "I'm a total noob," Yunshu logged off. He scrambled to find her game ID, searching frantically. Nothing. His phone rang. He hit answer. "Yeah, Ji Hongxian, what's up?" "Dude, Huaishan, all that talk about how amazing you are at this game was just bullshit." His classmate's voice dripped with laughter. "What bullshit? I'm incredible. Keep lying. We all saw your highlight reel on the game channel. You just hide and run. You call that good? And then you literally admitted you're a noob. We're dying." Huaishan's face went white. "You saw it? Where?" "Game channel, man. And not just us, probably tens of millions of people were online." "No." He hurled his phone at the floor. The Apple device shattered. He was finished. Hearing the roar from next door, Yunshu turned back to her homework. The next morning, she ate breakfast and headed to school. The Su family driver was already waiting by the car. She climbed in. He started to pull away. "Miss, the second young lady left early. The young master called in sick today, so it's just you." The driver checked the rearview mirror. Ju Chiming leaving early. Normal. Different boys picked her up every week. Huaishan sick. Not a chance. He'd been smashing things in his room late into the night. Plenty of energy. More like too embarrassed to show his face after that public humiliation. Yunshu nodded. "Okay." At school, she took her seat. Li Jun handed her a tablet. "Master, this is the website prototype I built. Tell me what needs fixing." He was nervous. First real attempt. Taking the tablet, Yunshu examined the work carefully. A few minutes later, she'd reviewed everything. She pointed out several areas he needed to reconsider. Li Jun wrote down every word. "Take your time getting a prototype done in just a few days. That's impressive. Just needs some polish on the details." Li Jun was definitely a promising partner. She'd only given him a rough outline, and he'd already turned those abstract requirements into concrete templates. "Got it. I'll work on improvements." Li Jun noted every key point. The first class of the afternoon was supposed to be a core academic class, but it was suddenly changed to a public PE lesson. Homeroom teacher Zhong Siying rushed in, saying there was a last-minute taekwondo demonstration school district officials would be observing, so everyone needed to go to the taekwondo club immediately. The entire class 6 hurried over. By the time Su Xingyue and Gao Feng arrived, all 6 sophomore classes were almost fully assembled. They found their seats with the rest of Class 6. In the front row sat a dozen school administrators and district officials. "If any of you want to participate in the demonstration, feel free to sign up. But don't push yourselves," Zhong Siying said, her voice tight with nerves. It was only her second day on the job, and she already had officials observing. Of course she was anxious. The students started whispering among themselves. Most agreed they'd just watched No1 New Taekwondo, and getting humiliated on stage wasn't worth it. Zhong sighing sat with them, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, but she reconsidered that if they lost badly, that would be even more embarrassing, so she let it go as Yu Xingyue kept her usual cool expression as she listened. Beside her, Jiao Feng was completely absorbed in his tablet, ignoring everything else. Code was his true love. Once everyone was seated, the demonstration began. First, the Taekwondo club members performed basic moves. The whole thing was routine and unremarkable. After speeches from the school and district officials, the host stepped onto the stage. Okay, everyone. Time for part 2 of today's event, individual competition. This will be a challenge format. The Taekwondo club members defend, and students from other classes can challenge them. Judges will select the best performers and award prizes. To keep it fair, we'll use a lottery system. Selected students come up and compete against the Taekwondo club. As soon as the host finished, the crowd erupted. What the hell? This was supposed to be a demonstration, not a competition. Nobody told us about any challenges. Are they springing this on us? Exactly. None of us know Taekwondo. What are we supposed to do? A guy from class 3 stood up and shouted, drawing immediate support. Yeah, teacher, this isn't fair. They're just using us as punching bags for the Taekwondo club. There's got to be something shady going on. I've never heard of a competition like this. Same here, every class cried foul. But the officials in the front row sat motionless, acting like they couldn't hear. Miss Zhong, this is too much. There's definitely something wrong. We refuse to participate. Chen Yang stood up and said to Zhong sighing. Zhong sighing had only just heard about the format herself, and she didn't approve either. Everyone, don't get worked up. Let me talk to the school leaders. She joined the homeroom teachers from class 2 and class 3 and walked over. After a few minutes of discussion, Zhong sighing returned with a defeated expression. I'm sorry, everyone, the format, it was arranged last minute. They want to test how you handle unexpected situations. That's what the school officials say. Even Zhong sighing couldn't accept it, let alone the students. The room erupted again. Students shouted from their seats, calling it unfair. Other classes joined in soon. The entire gym was filled with voices of protest. Unfair. 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 A normal demonstration had turned into this mess and no one could accept it. The host tried to calm the crowd with the microphone, but no one was listening. Then a man in a suit, stocky, with a receding hairline, stepped up from the officials section and took the stage. He took the microphone from the host. Hello, students. I'm Li Lei from the school district office. I'm glad to be here watching the competition with you. Let me explain. Changing the format was a joint decision. The goal is to test your handling of unexpected situations. You're in school now, but when you enter the real world, these things happen more often. Will you protest every time? Does protesting work? Since we can't change it, why not treat it as a learning experience? After Li Lei's speech, the protests died down. He nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, the Taekwondo club members will pull their punches. No one will get hurt. I've also heard that some of you have martial arts skills. There must be hidden talents among you. Li Lei paused, his eyes lingering on Class 6 section for a moment before shifting away. So please settle down and enjoy today's wonderful performance. His words were logically sound, and with his position in the school district, the protests had basically stopped. Li Lei smiled, handed the microphone back to the host, and returned to his seat. Principal Zhong leaned in. Deputy Director Li, are you sure this is okay? Li Lei snapped back. Did I waste my breath just now? This is for the students' own good. But, having untrained students challenge trained ones, what if? Principal Zhong was terrified, but Li outranked him, so he didn't dare argue further. What if? There is no what if. Li Lei had lost patience. Do as I say. He slammed his hand on the table, sealing the decision. Principal Zhong didn't dare speak another word. He simply told the Dean of Students to announce the start. What are we going to do? If I get picked, I'll lose, but I don't want to embarrass the class, one of Chen Yang's friends said, worried. Don't worry, just do whatever you can. The guy from the district said they'll pull their punches and no one gets hurt, Chen Yang reassured her. That's the only option. Ju Chiming caught the nervous whispers threading through the crowd, and her own anxiety crept higher. Then the competition kicked off before anyone could settle. A rookie from the security team dipped her hand into the lottery box and drew a name, Li Jun, a boy from the main household. When the host called him out, the kid stood frozen at his bench, eyes wide, too scared to move. His teacher nudged him gently, and he shuffled toward the stage like a dead man walking. The security rookie was on the shorter side, round-faced and sturdy, the cute kind of fit. They squared off. She gave a formal bow, dropped into a ready stance, and the chant started. Li Jun, go. Li Jun, fight. The noise from the main household finally sparked some nerve in him. He threw his arms wide and barreled forward, catching her in a sloppy bear hug that drove them both onto the mat. She tried a few textbook escapes, but she couldn't shake him off. Pinned and flailing, she finally tapped. Applause erupted. A bear hug wasn't exactly regulation, but the kid didn't know the rules. He'd used what worked, and the judges let it slide. Just like that, Li Jun gave the main household its first win, and after that, the whole competition got a lot more entertaining. Almost every challenger copied the same script. Grab a security rookie and don't let go until they quit. A few bigger kids simply overpowered their opponents with raw strength. The smaller, sharper ones ducked and dodged, forcing the security kids to chase until they were gasping. Some challengers still lost, of course, but nobody expected perfection. 40 minutes in, the first 5 households had each put up 2 fighters together. They'd racked up 5 wins. By now, the 6th household had swung from nervous dread to electric excitement. A few of them were practically bouncing, dying for their turn. On the other side of the bridge tunnel, Yang Zhu watched Yun shoot. A smug little smile played at the corner of her lips. Don't even think about backing out now, Yun Shu. Not that I'll give you a choice. She pulled out her phone, typed a quick message, and hit send. Shuzong Yuan, the man secretly rigging the lottery draws, saw the notification and grinned. He typed back, relax. I'll get your revenge today, love you. Alright, let's draw the last 2 contestants for the final match, the host called, reaching into the lottery box. Every eye followed her hand. The challenge had been way more fun than anyone expected, and no one wanted it to stop. The final two contestants are Mu Yoon of the 6th household and Yoon Shu of the 6th household. Give them a big hand. The host's voice echoed, and the bridge tunnel roared. Yoon Shu had been bent over with Ji Hongxian, deep in a conversation about code configurations. At the sound of her name, she looked up. Mu Yoon held her gaze. I'll go first and show you how it's done. Just do your best up there, okay? She'd trained in martial arts as a kid with no strict forms required today. She was sure she could pull off a win for their household. Mu Yoon stood and headed for the stage. Ju Chiming and the rest of the 6th household shot to their feet, screaming at the top of their lungs. Only then did Ji Hongxian snap out of his focus. His expression changed. Boss, they pulled your name. Yoon Shu didn't blink. If she was drawn, she'd go simple. So when you're up there, are you gonna? He kept his voice low. She knew exactly what he meant. She shook her head. No, this is an exhibition match. I'll go through the motions. Ji Hongxian let out a long breath. Otherwise, he might have had to run for the exits. He hadn't eaten a real meal in 2 days, and just thinking about what she could do made his stomach roll. Normally, he'd be worried about her getting hurt, but after yesterday's 3-on-1 disaster, where the other guys looked like they'd been bounced off asphalt, he knew better. His only fear was that she'd go too hard and he'd be puking his guts out again. Mu Yoon stepped onto the mat. Her opponent didn't show right away. The crowd murmured, heads turning. Then someone walked out, a tall boy in full security uniform, a blue belt cinched at his waist. Unease rippled through the tunnel. Every other security fighter so far had been a raw beginner. Why, the second the 6th household was up, did they send out a blue belt? Voices of protest started to rise, but the host jumped in, voice bright. Don't worry, everyone, he was promoted to blue belt just yesterday. He'll use half his strength today. Nothing to panic about. That shut down the complaints. Mu Yoon sized him up. 5'8" at the bare minimum, dense with muscle. Her confidence wavered. Just half strength. Like the host said. They bowed, stepped back, and settled into their stances. The referee's whistle shrieked. The blue belt exploded forward. The force of his rush hit her before the thought could fully form. Wrong. His throwing full power. She dodged sideways, but he pivoted in place and drove a punch hard into her back. The impact was a wet, ugly thud. Mu Yoon slammed face first into the mat. No, he's not holding back. I keep going. I get seriously hurt. She tried to lift her hand and signal stop, but he was already reading her. He stepped in and kicked her arm away before she could raise it. Yoon Shu's eyes narrowed on the stage. Her voice came out low. Something's wrong. Ji Hongxian had been looking down. He glanced up at her words. What? Didn't Mu Yoon just trip? He was confused, so was almost everyone else. They'd all seen the same thing. Mu Yoon stumbling over her own feet, but the blue belt was clever. He'd hidden the hit behind his larger frame. When she fell, her legs had tangled together, a perfect visual trick. It looked like a clumsy, self-inflicted wipeout. In reality, Mu Yoon couldn't even lift her arm. 2 ribs on her back were cracked, and pain was locking her body in place. The blue belt extended his hand toward her like a lifeline. She thought he was helping her up. Without thinking, she reached back. The second their hands touched, Yoon Shu felt like her hand had been caught in a steel vice. Before she could even think about pulling free, The pressure locked down hard. Her face went white. Sweat purled at her temples, then rolled in thick drops down her face. The force was way beyond anything she could handle. In the audience, Ju Chimeng shot to her feet. Her brows snapped together as she turned to the instructor. "Stop the match now." The instructor and the other students just stared at her, completely lost. "Why, Ju Chimeng?" "Yeah, the young master had her. She just tripped." A girl near Yunshu cut in. "Right, don't interfere, the match isn't over." Ju Chimeng didn't have time to explain, her voice sliced sharper. "Now stop the match." Ji Hongxian had been watching from the sidelines. His instincts kicked in fast. He set his tablet down and looked at the instructor. "Trust my mentor, she doesn't say things like that without a reason. Stop the match." The instructor studied Ju Chimeng's face. That grave expression was nothing like her usual calm. She hesitated for half a second, then stood and shouted toward the judges' table. "Team 6 Yunshu concedes. We're requesting a match suspension." The whole auditorium twisted around to stare. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Up on the platform, the bodyguard heard the instructor loud and clear. She didn't let up, her grip only got tighter. Yunshu gasped. It felt like a mountain was grinding down on her hand. Her breath came in ragged, shallow bursts. The pressure kept building. Her vision started swimming at the edges. Just before everything went black, the referee finally blew the whistle. The bodyguard released Yunshu's hand, slow and reluctant. Yunshu's body gave out. She crumpled to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Her hand hung numb and useless at her side. The instructor finally realized how bad it was. She rushed onto the stage and helped Yunshu up. "Yunshu, are you okay?" Worry was written all over her face. Yunshu's skin was paper white. Her lips had no color at all. She looked barely conscious. The bodyguard. She didn't hold back. Full force. Her voice was barely a whisper. The instructor's eyes went wide. "What?" The announcer said she'd pull her punches. Yunshu shook her head weakly. She didn't have the strength to say another word. Two other students from Team 6 ran up and helped carry Yunshu back to her seat. The rest of the team crowded around, firing off questions. "Young master, are you okay? Talk to us." Pain was ripping through Yunshu's whole body, but her hand was the worst. It burned like someone had set it on fire. She couldn't speak, she just shook her head. The instructor told them what Yunshu had said up on stage. Everyone lost it. "This is insane, report her. That's straight up cheating." "Instructor, let's go to the principal. There's no way he sweeps this under the rug." The whole team was furious. They wanted someone held accountable. The instructor's blood was up too. She told the students to look after Yunshu and headed for the front row to find the principal. The other teams had no clue what was going on. They just watched Team 6 buzzing like a hive of angry bees. The instructor came back a few minutes later. The whole team looked at her, waiting. She shook her head, helpless. "I told the principal, but there are education bureau officials here. He said he'll deal with it later." "Deal with it later?" The team erupted all over again. Translation: "He's burying it. That's how this school operates. Our young master gets hurt and he says later. They're seriously just gonna let this slide." Team 6 kept shouting, their voices climbing higher. Then the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers again. "Alright, next up, Team 6 Ju Chimeng for our final match. Let's give her a big round of applause." The second the announcer finished, every head in the auditorium swiveled toward Team 6. The students in Team 6 all turned to look at Ju Chimeng. The noise died, the room went dead silent. The instructor stood up, tense. "Ju Chimeng, don't go. We'll forfeit. It's fine." Yun Shu had gotten a little strength back. She turned her pale face toward Ju Chimeng. "Ju Chimeng, don't go out there." Other voices joined in. "Ju Chimeng, we'll just surrender. Don't go. You'll get hurt." Ju Chimeng didn't answer right away. She looked back at them, calm. Her small face stayed completely composed. A few seconds passed. Then she stood, slow and steady. Her voice came out soft, almost gentle. "It's okay." They all watched her. Her expression barely shifted, but her fair skin caught the auditorium lights and seemed to glow. She wasn't loud, but something in her voice carried a strange, quiet certainty that settled over them. Ji Hongshen got to his feet. Unlike the rest, he didn't try to stop her. Righteous fury burned all over his face. "Mentor, go kick that bitch ass. I swear this time I won't throw up." Everyone in Team 6 just stared at him across the auditorium. People gawked. Was this guy serious? He was actually telling Ju Chimeng to go fight a bodyguard. The instructor pulled herself together. Her mind flashed back to what had happened the day before. She took a deep breath and looked at Ju Chimeng. "Ju Chimeng, just protect yourself. Even if you lose, it's okay." Ju Chimeng met her eyes, and a small, quiet smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Then she stepped forward and walked onto the stage. Ju Chimeng wanted to take Yun Shu to see Dr. Gao, but Yun Shu refused. Deep down, she knew it was impossible. Still, some part of her hoped for a miracle. Mu Yun stepped onto the stage. She wore a soft knit set, her hands clasped loosely behind her back. Her delicate face was completely at ease. She didn't look like someone about to fight. She looked like someone who'd just come to watch. The curtain drew back, and a figure stepped out. Fu Xingyao walked forward, a nasty smirk smeared across his face. The crowd erupted, especially the students from Design Department 6. They shouted over each other. "Protest, Fu Xingyao's a trained fighter, he can't compete." "Protest, disqualify him." The cries spread fast. More and more people joined in. "Yeah, this is a joke." Protests. The venue spiraled into chaos. Everyone questioned whether Fu Xingyao should be allowed anywhere near this match. As Design Department 6 kept yelling, students from other departments picked up the chant. The noise swelled, swallowing the room whole. "Seriously, the guy's got actual combat training. How is that fair? Did you all forget? The director punished Fu Xingyao because of Mu Yun. This is nothing but payback. Even if he wants revenge, does he have to make it this obvious? A trained fighter against a girl who doesn't know anything. Has he got no shame?" The criticism came from every corner. No one was happy. Everyone was convinced he'd broken the rules. Even some of his own classmates in Design Department 1 thought he'd gone too far. He was a trained fighter, way out of Mu Yun's league. Winning this way wouldn't be a victory. It would just be pathetic. Fu Xingyao stood on the stage, ignoring the outcry below. The smirk never left his face. If anything, It got wider. He stared at Mu Yun. What about you, Mu Yun? You want to protest too? He tugged hard at the uniform belt that marked his rank, showing off that Mu Yun looked back at him, her expression unreadable. Her eyes held something close to pity, the kind you reserve for an idiot. Her voice came out calm and distant, but it cut straight through him. Fu Xingyao, let me give you some advice. Before you volunteer to be someone's lapdog, you might want to find out if that person actually gives a damn about you. All the last-minute rule changes, Fu Xingyao's sudden appearance, Mu Yun had already pieced it together. Liu Ting was behind it. What she hadn't expected was that Fu Xingyao could be stupid enough to let himself get used. Her words hit his chest like a sledgehammer. Rage ignited instantly. His eyes bulged. Mu Yun, if you've got the guts, stop talking and fight me. You dare? He knew he couldn't win a verbal fight, but there was no way in hell he was swallowing this. He'd settle it with force. He glared at her, teeth grinding. I'm going to cripple you myself today. Facing his provocation, Mu Yun stayed eerily calm. The corner of her lips curled into a lazy, careless smile. She didn't even blink at the threat. She turned her head slowly toward the officiant's table. Teacher, we can start. The crowd heard her willingly kick off the match. Doubt rippled through them. Is she that cocky? Her opponent's a trained fighter. Yeah, Mu Yun's probably headed straight to Dr. Gao after this. The design department 6 students caught every piece of gossip. Their faces darkened. They wanted to argue, but they didn't know what to say. Mu Yun was up against a brutal opponent. Even they were struggling to keep faith. Then a loud voice shot out from the crowd. Go get him. Master, kick his ass. It was Li Jun. He'd shot up from his seat, shouting at the top of his lungs. His words were a little too crude. Ju Chimeng quickly reached over and yanked him back down. At the officiant's command, the final match of the day officially began. Fu Xingyao pretended to be polite. He made a show of performing a standard bow toward Mu Yun. But after he straightened up, he realized she hadn't moved and no intention of bowing back at all. It hit him. He just bowed to her, and she hadn't returned it. She'd basically made him kowtow. His face twisted in anger. Etiquette and dignity went out the window. He raised both hands and charged straight at her like a beast. Mu Yun took a step back, her eyes narrowing. Then she arched her body backward into a bridge. The movement looked fluid, almost gentle, but it held explosive power. The instant Fu Xingyao's momentum threw him off balance, she struck. Her knee shot up like lightning into his exposed ribs fast. Brutal. He never saw it coming. Not bad. Fu Xingyao grunted, stumbling backward and clutching his chest. The audience gasped. No one had expected that. Against a trained fighter's all-out assault, Mu Yun hadn't just survived. She'd counterattacked and hurt him. It only takes 2 moves to put you down. A dangerous smile touched Mu Yun's lips. She gave him no time to recover. She launched her second attack. Her leg snapped out. A lightning side kick aimed straight at him. Fu Xingyao raised his arm to block, but just as his hand made contact with her foot, her toes shifted, changing direction like a mirage. The feint caught him completely off guard. He was so focused on the fake that he forgot his supporting leg entirely. Mu Yun drove straight for it. Her foot slammed into the inside of his knee. Yun Shu felt a sharp jolt of pain. The next second, his body lost balance and he crashed to the floor. The employees erupted. Go, Yun Shu. Yun Shu. Yun Shu. Ju Chimeng shot up from her seat, eyes wide. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What the hell was Fu Huaishan doing? He was a trained martial artist with devastating power behind his strikes. There was no way Yun Shu should have been able to take him down that easily. Fu Huaishan spotted Ju Chimeng standing. The look on her face, that ugly mix of shock and disgust, sent fury blazing through his chest. He just humiliated himself right in front of her. His temper exploded. Today he was going to put Yun Shu in her place, then Chimeng would finally agree to be his girlfriend. He scrambled up. You're dead, Yun Shu. He charged, both fists tight, every ounce of strength behind his punches. The wind whistled around his knuckles. He locked all his power onto her, driving hidden force into every step. There was no way she'd walk away from this. Yun Shu watched him barrel toward her, that bloodthirsty glint flashing in her eyes again. In a hurry to get yourself killed. She spun half a turn, her ponytail slicing a sharp arc through the air. Fine by me. She clenched her fists, ready to meet him head-on. No. Why isn't she dodging? Fu Huaishan's too strong. Oh God, there's gonna be blood. The design department employees screamed at her to get out of the way. Yun Shu, watch out. Dodge left, now. Panic ripped through the crowd. In that split second, Yun Shu's fist collided with Fu Huaishan's. The air around them seemed to ripple from the impact, but Yun Shu's slender frame didn't budge an inch. Fu Huaishan blinked. She'd caught his punch, and she made it look easy. Without thinking, he swung his leg. The loaded kick flew at her, but before it could land, Yun Shu struck his shin. A crisp crack echoed through the hall. She pulled back, and Fu Huaishan hit the ground again. He tried to scramble up, but Yun Shu's kicks rained down like a storm. That's it, Yun Shu. Yeah, keep going, finish him. The design department was losing their minds. Watching her pound Fu Huaishan into the mat sent a surge of pure satisfaction through every one of them. The department heads sat in stunned silence, their faces burned, like someone had slapped them in public. What kind of joke was this? A skilled martial artist getting demolished by Yun Shu, who wasn't even a real fighter, humiliating. Her legs moved like lightning. Every kick landed dead on, heavy enough to crack bone on impact. Fu Huaishan couldn't fight back. He could only scramble around the platform, desperate to escape. But her speed was insane. Her legs swapped so fast they left after images. The crowd gaped. They'd never seen anything like it. Fu Huaishan was getting destroyed. He had zero fight left in him. It looked like he was about to raise his hand and surrender. Then Yun Shu kicked his hand. A sickening crunch, and his arm bent at a grotesque angle. Now he couldn't even raise it to give up. He lay there, writhing, but Yun Shu didn't stop. She kept hammering him. Li Jun watched from the audience, his face dark. He signaled the referees to call the match. The referees huddled, then shook their heads. Fu Huaishan was a ranked fighter. The gap between them had been massive from the start. The match was unfair the moment it was made. Sure, he was getting destroyed now, but that alone wasn't grounds to stop the bout. And since Fu Huaishan hadn't surrendered, the referees had no reason to end it, so the one-sided beating dragged on for over 10 minutes. Before the match, Fu Huaishan had been arrogant, untouchable. Now he looked like a beaten dog, completely wrecked, his body was a mess of bruises. He couldn't even speak to concede, most of his teeth had been knocked out. Yunshu, on the other hand, looked completely at ease, like this brutal fight had been nothing but light cardio. Her suit was still crisp, not a single wrinkle, her hair stayed neat in its ponytail. The only sign she'd been in a battle was her slightly heavier breathing. Then she unleashed one final spinning kick. It landed like thunder on Fu Huaishan's shoulder. He flew like a busted kite, crashed into the commentator's table, and slammed face first under the front row officials' desks. The referee's whistle blared, match over winner. Yunshu Fu Huaishan lay in ruins, multiple fractures, his suit's shoulder ripped open, blood seeping through, his cheek pressed against the floor, smeared with dust, the picture of total defeat. Yunshu stood over him like a queen. She looked down with a scornful smirk. Only takes a couple moves to put a dog in its place. The hall exploded, thunderous applause filled every inch of the room. Ji Hongshen laughed, clapping hard. Yes, master, you're incredible. Yunshu won. Legend, someone shouted. Yunshu, I'm your biggest fan from now on. The cry caught like wildfire, voices rose around them. A wave of Yunshu, legend, echoing through the hall. The employees of Department 6 shot to their feet, applause crashing through the main hall like thunder. It wasn't just about Yunshu winning. It was pure respect. She'd earned every clap, every cheer. Even people from other departments stared, stunned, then joined in. The noise spread fast, wildfire in dry grass. Everyone loves an underdog, the weak taking down the strong, and Yunshu had just made that fantasy real for every person in the room. She'd avenged Yangzhu, brought pride back to her department, and Fu Huaishan, the man who threw his weight around to humiliate people, he was flat on his back, out cold. She taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Liu Ting led the Department 6 charge, rushing to the edge of the stage with the rest of the team behind her. They looked up at Yunshu with bright, shining eyes. Yun, that was insane. Yunshu, you're a beast. One person didn't move. Shangfu Muse stood apart from the chaos, his gaze locked onto Yunshu, his face dark. When his eyes flicked to Fu Huaishan, still sprawled unconscious on the mat, the shadows in his expression deepened. All right, everyone. Please welcome Deputy Director Shangfu to present today's winner, Yunshu, with her award. The host's voice rang out across the venue. Liu Ting, still beaming, waved Department 6 back to their seats. Shangfu Muse climbed the stage. He took the microphone and cleared his throat. First, I want to acknowledge this employee's outstanding performance. She demonstrated exceptional skill, and we are all very proud. He paused, his gaze swept across the crowd, then landed on Yunshu, standing off to one side. His tone shifted, hardened. However, after discussion, we've determined there are certain controversial aspects to this match. Silence hit the main hall like a wall. Therefore, we cannot present the award at this time. We will review the matter further and notify everyone once a final decision is reached. He handed the mic back to the host and walked off the stage. No one moved, no one spoke, then the noise erupted. What does that even mean? Someone yelled. They set up the whole competition themselves, and now that she won, it's suddenly controversial. Is this a joke? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as outrage spread in sharp whispers. What kind of leadership is this? Say one thing, do another, completely shameless. I'm telling you, something shady's going on. Yeah, they just get to decide whatever they want. Liu Ting couldn't accept it. She rose from her seat, anger burning past diplomacy. She was going straight to the CEO. She wanted answers, but when she reached the front row, the CEO and every other senior official were already gone. She stood there, stunned, and no explanation, nothing. Employees traded bewildered looks. None of them understood what had just happened. Yunshu stepped down from the stage, unhurried. She didn't actually care about the award, but Deputy Director Shangfu's reaction, that had snagged her attention. Liu Ting walked over, her face tight. Yun, don't worry. I'll fight for this. You're getting the recognition you deserve. Department 6 crowded around her, voices overlapping, everyone speaking at once in her defense. This is so unfair. You're clearly the best. How can they just pull something like this? It's insane. They were furious, all of them. Yunshu looked at her colleagues, a faint smile touching her lips. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No one can take what belongs to me. Ji Hongshuan's voice boomed over the noise. That's right, anyone messes with my team leader, they deal with me. Anyone messes with Department 6, they deal with all of us. Up in the stands, Zhu Chimeng watched. Her eyes locked onto Yunshu, surrounded by her team, everyone rallying around her. Rage and jealousy burned hot behind her gaze. Why? Everything had been set up perfectly. How was Yunshu still standing there untouched? She was bitterly disappointed in Fu Huaishan. He'd sworn he'd get revenge. Now he was the one on his way to the hospital. The humiliation scorched her. Useless piece of trash, Zhu Chimeng hissed through clenched teeth. All that big talk, and when it matters, you fold like wet paper. Her anger spiraled, uncontrollable. She ripped the bracelet Fu Huaishan had given her off her wrist and hurled it to the ground. She stared at Yunshu and made a silent, venomous vow. Don't get comfortable. One day, I'll tear you apart. Just wait. Then she spun on her heel and walked out of the hall. The Fu residence. The second Yunshu stepped through the door, Shanixuan came at her like a shot. Yunshu, did you seriously beat Fu Huaishan? He hadn't been at the office. He'd only heard rumors, and he was still deeply skeptical that his sister could take down a corporate champion. Yunshu didn't even glance at him. She walked straight past and headed inside. Shanixuan, completely unbothered by her dismissal, grabbed Zhu Chimeng by the arm. Hey, sis, did Yunshu actually beat Fu Huaishan today? Zhu Chimeng had been fuming the entire ride home. Her brother's needling lit the fuse. She shot him a glare sharp enough to cut. Yes, she beat him. Happy now? Stop asking me the same question over and over. You're driving me insane. Shanixuan barely registered the venom. He was too busy reeling. So Yunshu's really that good? What kind of training program is she in? I want to join. He still believed that her personality shift and newfound aggression came from some corporate boot camp. Even after hearing she'd beaten a champion, he clung to that theory. But then a thought slid through his mind. quiet and cold. Fu Huaishan was a top-level executive and Yun Shu had taken him down. If that was true, then all those times she'd yelled at him before, had she been holding back? The thought sent a chill straight down his spine. Zhong sighing rushed straight to the upstairs study the moment she got home. Zhong Chengming had just hung up with Li Lei when his daughter burst in without knocking. "What's gotten into you? You're a homeroom teacher now, act like one." He glared at her. Zhong sighing didn't care. She dropped into the chair across from him. "Father, why wasn't there an award ceremony today?" Right, the new homeroom teacher for Class 6 was Zhong Chengming's own daughter. A tea school. She had to watch her words. A tea home. No filter. Zhong Chengming let out a heavy sigh. "Daughter, I'm just the principal. There are people above me, you know that. I know Su Xingyue from your class crushed it today. I wanted to give her the award too, but I don't have the final say." His voice carried real frustration. The whole competition had turned him into a puppet. Change the curriculum? Done. Alter the rules? Done. There wasn't one thing he could push back on. Zhong sighing drew a steadying breath. After a beat she asked, "Father, so Deputy Director Li pulled all the strings today?" "But why?" Zhong Chengming opened his mouth, then closed it again. He just couldn't say it. "Daughter, stop asking. If I could tell you, I would. Your father's in a bind." "Then what are you going to tell everyone tomorrow?" The students in Class 6 were waiting. They wanted justice for Su Xingyue. Zhong Chengming's head was about to explode. "I'm trying to figure that out. Too. Can't you see I'm already losing my mind?" Zhong sighing paused, saying nothing. "Go on, let me think." She stood and walked to the door. Before closing it, she made one last try. "Father, Su Xingyue was incredible today. Please, make sure she gets what's fair." Zhong Chengming waved her off weakly and slumped back into his chair. Then the name Su Xingyue snagged on a memory. The last time Fu Yangcheng visited the school, he'd thought she looked familiar. Oh, wait. He slapped his thigh. Su Xingyue was Su Mingyuan's eldest daughter. He'd met her at the Su house years ago. Back then she'd been so timid she wouldn't even speak. Later, when she transferred to Windsor Academy, he'd seen her a couple of times. Same scared little girl. He grabbed his phone and dialed Su Mingyuan. They were friends. This was the only move he had left. After dinner, Fu Yangcheng called. He'd be back tomorrow, he said, and asked what kind of gift she wanted. Su Xingyue didn't hold back. She rattled off a list of meat dishes. "That's what I want." The man on the other end let out a soft chuckle and agreed to every single one. They drifted from topic to topic until Shaheng reminded Fu Yangcheng that a meeting was about to start. Of course, the man's last 3 words never changed. "I miss you." He'd said it every single day of his trip. The first time, Su Xingyue had been tongue-tied. Now she was used to it. Just as she was about to open her laptop and dig into this Li Lei guy, her phone rang. Jiao phone. "Hey, master, I just sent you something. Take a look." His voice was tight with urgency. "Okay, I'm looking." She put the phone on speaker, flipped open her laptop, and opened the message. A photoed a family of 3. She didn't recognize the woman, but she knew both men. The balding one was today's deputy director Li Lei. The tall kid in the middle was Xu Haojie. Xu Haojie is Li Lei's son? She studied the picture. "Master, you're only half right." "Half?" She didn't catch on. Jiao Feng sent another photo, same family of 3 setup, but this time, the woman Li Lei had his arm around was different. And the little girl in the middle wasn't Xu Haojie. Xu Haojie is Li Lei's illegitimate son. She compared the 2 photos. Jiao Feng practically shouted through the phone. "Master, you got it, nailed it. So that explains why Li Lei stiffed you on the award today. The whole thing was rigged. You hurt Xu Haojie. Of course he'll retaliate." Jiao Feng had gone straight home to dig up dirt on Li Lei, and he'd found the crack. "That's not all," Su Xingyue added. The entire competition today was set up for Xu Haojie. Jiao Feng replayed the day in his head. 2 seconds later, it all clicked. Xu Haojie was Li Lei's bastard because Xu Haojie had been punished by the principal over Su Xingyue, and Su Nianru had been egging him on. He'd been holding a grudge. That's what sparked today's match. What they hadn't expected. Su Xingyue won. Xu Haojie ended up in the hospital. "Master, should I leak this now?" He's with the Education Bureau using his position for personal gain. 1 leak and he's finished. Jiao Feng was itching to tear Li Lei's mask off as Su Xingyue thought for a moment. "Not yet. I'm going to give you a few leads. Go dig into them." Hearing there was more work, Jiao Feng perked up. "Got it, Master. Tell me." First, look into, at the hospital, it took 3 hours of emergency treatment before they could wheel Xu Haojie into a ward. His limbs were wrapped in bandages now. Same for his head. A middle-aged woman wept quietly at his bedside. She was older but well-preserved, tears that played straight to any man's protective instinct. The door opened. Li Lei walked in, face twisted with fury. The moment she saw him, the woman sobbed even harder. "Honey, look at our son. How did this happen?" Li Lei patted her shoulder. "It's okay. I'm here now. He's all we have. And now he's hurt this bad. You have to get revenge for him." Her cries grew louder. Li Lei stared at Xu Haojie's unconscious form. The rage inside him burned hotter. Xu Haojie was his only son. He'd placed every hope on that boy. Now the kid was lying there, scarred for life. How could he not hate? The one who attacked him, Su Xingyue, the one who provoked him, Su Nianru. And Su Mingyuan. He wouldn't let any of them go. Li Lei stayed at the hospital until Xu Haojie opened his eyes. Only then did he rush back to his other home. The next day, Yun Shu walked into the office and every pair of eyes tracked her warm, grateful. She'd made Department 6 proud at yesterday's performance competition. The official commendation hadn't come down yet, but as far as the team was concerned, she was already a hero. Mu Yun was in the hospital. If Yun Shu hadn't spotted the danger early and warned the club manager to stop the contest, Mu Yun would have ended up with permanent damage, just like Xu Haojie. That tattooed man had gone after her. With everything he had, so Mu Yun wanted to thank her. She sent imported snacks through Liu Ting and promised to keep Yun Shu supplied from now on. Yun Shu didn't overthink it. She opened the package, pulled out a drink, and took a long sip. The bell rang. Ge Hongxian burst through the door just in time. He dropped into his seat and shot Yun Shu a quick okay sign. The morning meetings dragged by like any other day, but those competition results everyone had been buzzing about, still nothing, and the club manager never showed. A few minutes into the first afternoon session, The speakers crackled to life. "Attention, all staff report to the main conference hall immediately." Department 6 started packing up. Buzzing. One loudmouthed colleague jumped onto the podium. "Team Department 6 is about to get its first award ever. When they call our name, I want applause like thunder. And obviously, we protect Yun Shu. If people rush her for autographs and crush her, that's a problem." He's right. Protect the hero. The teasing got everyone cheering, and honestly, he wasn't wrong. Department 6 was dead last in the division, sales, project outcomes, everything. This really was their first time getting any recognition. The whole team was fired up. Huaishan wasn't laughing, his expression stayed grim. Quietly, carefully, he slipped the design drawings from his bag into his pocket. He already knew exactly what kind of ceremony this was going to be. The main hall filled slowly, staff trickled in, the ones out of the loop asking their colleagues what was happening. Within minutes, the whole room was murmuring. Huaishan was in the office today, his first time inside the main hall, actually. People started out mocking his awesome video, but the conversation quickly flipped to Yun Shu's heroic performance yesterday. "Huaishan, your sister's seriously impressive. I'm jealous," a colleague next to him said, envy thick in his voice. "If I had a sister like that, nobody would dare mess with me." Was Yun Shu really that good yesterday? Huaishan was still trying to figure it out. He hadn't seen it himself. His colleague pulled out his phone. "Here, see for yourself. Your sister's not just good. She's terrifying. You recorded it. Let me see, let me see." Suddenly, everyone who hadn't witnessed the contest firsthand was passing phones around, watching the footage of Yun Shu's match. The ones who'd only heard rumors finally believed it after seeing the video. Yun Shu and Huaishan showed up late. By the time they reached the entrance, only the last few stragglers were still filing through the doors. The moment they stepped inside, the security guard at the door called out, "Miss Yun, front row, please." Yun Shu looked past him at the first row. Every single seat was empty. Everyone else was packed in tight from the second row back. "Guard, is this an ambush?" Her voice cut through the air, crisp and flat. No emotion at all. The security guard flinched. No, it's, leadership's arrangement, please. Just have a seat." Yun Shu nodded, completely relaxed. "All right, guard." She straightened her back and walked toward the front row, Huaishan behind her. The staff members who'd been chatting dropped their voices the second she sat down. Some figured she'd taken the wrong seat. Those chairs were for company leadership. Some figured she deserved it, about to be honored. Others just thought she was arrogant. When the president and his team walked in, she'd have to stand up, humiliated. The speculation spread fast. The hall got even louder than before. Yun Shu settled into her chair. She glanced around, then caught Huaishan's eye. He immediately faked a stomachache and slipped out of his seat. Not long after, the main hall doors slammed shut. The president, senior leadership, and several board officials walked slowly onto the stage from the side, faces tight. Li Jun brought up the rear. They settled into their assigned seats one by one. Every single one of them looked dead serious. The chattering staff gradually quieted. A heavy tension pressed down over the entire hall. President Xu Zongyuan spoke first. Hello, everyone. I apologize for taking up your valuable time. His voice came out dry. He paused. We've gathered you here today to address yesterday's internal performance competition incident. His gaze darted around the room, never once landing directly on Yun Shu, who sat calmly facing him. What's wrong with the president? Someone whispered. I thought we were getting an award. Why does it feel like a funeral? A woman next to him muttered. Yeah, these leaders all seem off. This doesn't look like an award ceremony, more like a disciplinary hearing. Right, I got that vibe too. Sure, quiet. Let's hear what they have to say. The soft warning cut through the whispers, every eye locked onto the stage. Regarding yesterday, President Xu Zongyuan's voice echoed through the hall, commanding everyone's attention, but the instant his eyes met Yun Shu's unshaken stare, the words jammed in his throat like an invisible fist had closed around it. A few seconds later, he seemed to make a choice. Next, Vice Chairman Li will deliver the board's decision. Li Jun had laid the trap, dug the hole. Now he wanted Xu Zongyuan to play the villain, not a chance. Xu Zongyuan had decided to let it all burn. His words clearly caught the room off guard, especially Li Jun. He hadn't expected Xu Zongyuan to toss the dirty work right back into his hands. Decision? What decision? Someone asked, confusion rippling through the crowd. Honestly, this is insane, someone muttered, openly questioning the so-called ruling. Whispers rippled through the crowd as people traded opinions under their breath. In sharp contrast, Yun Shu sat in the front row, her expression completely unreadable. She stayed perfectly still, like she'd been carved from stone, her dark eyes fixed calmly on the people up on stage. She looked serene enough, but there was no ignoring the quiet power radiating from her every time a department head tried to meet her gaze. Guilt sucker punched them and they instinctively looked away. Shen Wanzhong had kept his face stern and official right up until his eyes locked with Yun Shu's. 1 second was all it took for him to catch something dangerous flickering deep in her stare. The skeptical looks from the designers and managers below swung toward him too, and his heart lurched. Then he thought about his son, still flat on a hospital bed, and the anger flooded right back. So what if he had to deal with one employee? There was no way she could outmaneuver him. Shen Wanzhong steadied himself, leaned into the microphone, and said, Hello, everyone. I'm Shen Wanzhong from the board of directors. By now you all have a general idea of what happened in yesterday's design competition. After a thorough investigation, the result of employee Yun Shu's project yesterday is invalid. That last word hit like a bomb. Shouts, disbelief, and protests crashed together in waves. Corruption, corruption. We don't accept this. Something's rotten behind this. You don't get to decide. You're not even from our department. What gives you the right to rule on anything? Some of the more heated staff stopped holding back entirely. Bullshit, we all watched the presentation with our own eyes. How can it not count? Our director hasn't said a word yet. Who the hell are you? Plenty of employees had recorded yesterday's competition. The ones who hadn't known before had just watched the footage, so Shen Wanzhong's claim didn't have a leg to stand on, and everyone knew it. Facing the accusations and insults, Shen Wanzhong's face twisted like he'd swallowed a fly. Fu Huaishan, standing next to him, silently thanked himself for keeping his mouth shut earlier. This had never been his idea. Shen Wanzhong had cooked up the entire scheme solo. Quiet, quiet everyone. Calm down. Shen Wanzhong rasped from the stage, trying to shut the staff up, but his voice got swallowed by the uproar like a rock tossed into the sea. The whole auditorium churned with an invisible force, the noise surging and falling. In the middle of the chaos, one person stayed seated, steady as a mountain. Yun Shu. A minute later, she stood slowly. She turned to face the crowd with calm assurance, and her voice cut through, clear and carrying. Everybody, quiet down. The auditorium, rowdy just seconds before, fell silent like a spell had been cast. Yun Shu swept her gaze across the room and landed it on Shen Wanzhong. Let's keep listening to Director Shen's thoroughly confusing speech. The line nearly made the entire audience burst out laughing. Confusing nailed it. The sarcasm stabbed into Shen Wanzhong's heart like a blade. His face went purple. He felt Yun Shu had trampled his dignity under her feet, and the fury surged through him hot and fast. Yun Shu, don't get too cocky. He slammed the table. We've investigated your case thoroughly. Let's see what excuses you've got left. Yun Shu didn't flinch. She just shrugged, indifferent, and spread her hands. Go ahead. Her voice stayed flat as still water, a sharp contrast to Shen Wanzhong's volcanic rage. Yesterday's final competition was indeed won by Yun Shu, but Shen Wanzhong paused for effect, scanning the crowd. Our investigation shows Yun Shu is a psychiatric patient with severe violent tendencies. Therefore, after an emergency meeting between department leadership and the relevant parties, we have decided to nullify the result of this competition. In addition, because Yun Shu's violence has caused permanent injury to employee Chen Xiaoming, she is hereby terminated from the company and will be handed over to the police for further processing. The auditorium erupted. Whoa! What is this? I don't even understand. How can that be? Yun Shu seems totally normal. The staff buzzed, stunned by the sudden announcement. The big screen on stage flickered to life. Chen Xiaoming's medical certificate of injury appeared. Then Yun Shu's psychiatric evaluation report. Then the diagnosis reports for the 3 senior staff who'd been beaten half paralyzed 2 days ago. A dead silence dropped over the auditorium. Everyone was struck speechless by the evidence laid out in front of them. I heard rumors before that Yun Shu was crazy. But she doesn't act like it. She seems completely normal. Fu Xingyao clearly hadn't expected things to blow up like this. He looked toward where Yun Shu sat alone, and the urge to speak up for her rose in his chest. Fu Xingyao, is your sister really violent and crazy? A colleague in the front row turned and asked. He snapped back, your whole family is crazy. Seeing his reaction, the colleagues around them stopped gossiping. In a corner of the auditorium, Ju Chiming watched nervously. She'd been absent up until now. Today, Yun Shu would be destroyed, and it was worth every rumor she'd planted earlier. Watching the bewildered faces below, Shen Wanzhong's cloudy expression gradually brightened. His eyes swept the crowd and then stopped on Yun Shu. A smug smirk curled his lips. Anything else to say, Yun Shu? Yun Shu looked up at him, not a trace of panic in her eyes. Nothing to say, you came prepared. She lifted a hand and pointed at the reports on the screen, starting to examine them one by one that the staff and managers below watched, completely baffled. What does that mean? Is she admitting it? Doesn't she seem scared at all? Yun Shu had expected Xu Zongyuan to panic under her questioning. To break down, maybe even beg, but he was calm, completely calm. Since you're not being falsely accused, you can leave now, he said. We've already called the police. They'll be here any minute. He slammed his palm on the desk, aiming to intimidate her and shut the whole thing down. Hold on. Yun Shu raised her hand, and the noise from the crowd died instantly. See? I told you there'd be a twist, someone muttered. This is beyond weird, but I still don't think she's guilty of what Director Shu's accusing her of. Yun Shu clasped her hands behind her back and walked onto the stage. The department heads tensed the moment they saw her coming. Shen Wanzhong shot her a sharp look. Xu Zongyuan was behind this. She already knew exactly who had set her up. She walked straight to Director Shu's table, picked up his microphone, and turned to face the crowd. I believe in being fair, she said. Director Shu has put together a lot of evidence. I only have 2 questions. Do you dare answer them? What do I have to be afraid of? Director Shu stood up. We have proof. No matter what you say today, we're still taking disciplinary action against you. First question. What is your relationship with Chen Xiaoming? The words landed like a grenade. Confused looks darted through the audience. The question came out of nowhere. Nobody could connect the dots. Director Shu's heart lurched. He kept his expression blank, but inside, a storm was brewing. How did Yun Shu know about Chen Xiaoming? Did she have proof? But Director Shu had been playing political games for years. He had a thick skin. He forced his face into this. Is ridiculous. Calm me. What relationship could I have with the student Chen Xiaoming? My surname is Shu. His is Chen. Yun Shu. Don't come here throwing around baseless accusations. Yun Shu smiled a little, like she'd expected that exact response. She nodded, then raised her voice. Oh, right. Your surname is Shu. His is Chen. She repeated his words, and the students and teachers stared at each other, even more confused. Then she dropped her second question. All right, second question. Director Shu, is it illegal to privately engrave an official seal? Now she was asking about criminal acts. Director Shu finally understood where she was going. His face darkened, but he wasn't worried. Even if Yun Shu had a silver tongue, without evidence, her words were worthless. He sat back down with a lazy shrug. Of course it's illegal. What are you trying to prove by asking that? Shen Wanzhong watched Yun Shu from the side, a silent exhale leaving him. Even at a moment like this, she was so steady. She really had grown up. Good. I'm done with my questions. Yun Shu's lips curved into a faint smile, but it didn't touch her eyes. A cold ripple went through the room. What's happening? Yeah, she asked 2 totally random questions, and that's it. I was waiting for some huge twist, and this is all we get. The students who'd been hoping for a shocking reversal shifted in their seats, disappointed. Just as the murmurs started building, Sun Haochen's voice boomed through the auditorium speakers. Everyone, my master has finished her questions now. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Every head turned. On the screen, Every single piece of evidence Director Shu had presented was now crossed out with a giant red X, accompanied by a bold caption. All bullshit, ha, here comes the twist. Director Shu's composure cracked. Adrenaline shot through him that he whipped around to Shen Wanzhong. What's going on? Didn't you say all equipment in the auditorium required an application? He'd specifically asked Shen Wanzhong beforehand to avoid any surprises. And now this, Shen Wanzhong put on a confused face, but inside he was crystal clear. My daughter wants to use the equipment. I need your approval, please. The school auditorium's equipment was normally reserved for major meetings and official events, requiring prior approval. But Zhong Siying had begged her father after learning that Director Shu was forcing a conclusion that IT was the only thing she could do to help Yun Shu right now. Zhong Siying was in the control room with Sun Huaishan. A photo appeared on the screen. It was a family portrait of Director Shu, his wife, and his daughter. A second later, another photo replaced it. This one showed Chen Xiaoming in a family photo with Director Shu. Director Shu's eyes went wide. He stared at the two photos. Stunned. 1,000 thoughts exploded in his head when he imagined what might come next. Fury overtook him. He roared at Yun Shu. Yun Shu, this is an invasion of my. He never finished. Fu Huaishan's sudden shout cut through the air. Oh, I get it. Now, Chen Xiaoming is Director Shu's illegitimate son. That shout was like a boulder hurled into a calm lake, sending ripples everywhere. The auditorium fell dead silent. Only Fu Huaishan's voice echoed, "What? How is that possible?" Someone finally snapped back to reality. "Yeah, I've seen Director Shu's wife. She's the woman next to the little girl." No wonder Yun Shu asked about his relationship with Chen Xiaoming. Director Shu's face twisted. Veins bulged at his temples, his bloodshot eyes burning. He rushed to the front of the screen, trying to block the two photos with his body, and screamed hoarsely, "Shut up, all of you. Shut up, stop talking nonsense." Sun Huaishan's voice came through the speakers again. Too late, Director Shu. After Chen Xiaoming had a conflict with Yun Shu and was punished by the director, he's held a grudge against my master. And Director Shu, to get revenge for your son Chen Xiaoming, you changed the rules and rigged the results. Now, I'll show you the actual schedule from that day at the club. You'll see it clearly. As he spoke, the schedule filled the big screen. Every detail, razor sharp. "Holy crap, this is going too far," someone yelled. Yun Shu knew something felt off about that match. None of the procedures on the schedule had been followed. The whole thing was Xu Zongyuan's personal sideshow. "Hold on, everyone, Vice Director Li Jun's dirty tricks don't stop there." Dr. Gao called the hospital director and put him on speakerphone. The director's response was clear. Their hospital had not issued any medical reports this month. In other words, Li Jun had forged the documents and stamped them with a fake official seal. "Anything else you want to say, Vice Director Li Jun?" Yun Shu's voice cut through the hall, cold as a winter night, slicing straight into Li Jun's heart. At that point, Li Jun dropped all pretense. He glared at Yun Shu, his eyes burning with venom. "Say what? You think you kids are clever? You have no idea how government departments actually work. This is a rule of law society." He laughed, low and cruel. "You think dragging this out will convict me?" He was still the highest-ranking official in that auditorium. If he simply denied everything, who could touch him? Fu Huaishan rushed to the front row and jabbed a finger at Li Jun. Shameless. His shout was like a match tossed into gunpowder. The students and teachers, barely holding back, erupted. Shameless. The hall filled with furious voices, but Li Jun didn't flinch. He only smirked at Yun Shu. That all you got? He dismissed her completely. Yun Shu returned his smirk, chin lifted. Li Jun, hope you can handle what's coming. She turned toward the auditorium doors. Open them. The locked doors clicked open exactly as she commanded. Outside stood a group of government officials, faces dark as thunder, eyes locked on Li Jun. Director? Li Jun's face went pale, his body trembling violently. He never expected the higher-ups from the Education Bureau to show up now. The officials strode onto the stage, their expressions grim, disappointment heavy in their eyes. Li Jun, we saw and heard everything. The director's voice was low, each word carrying crushing weight. Li Jun's face blanched, his lips quivered, but no sound came out. Your abuse of power, corruption, and illegal use of official seals. The Bureau will conduct a full investigation. You're coming with us now. The director's words hit Li Jun like a thunderclap. Darkness swam before his eyes, and he nearly fainted before he could react. Two staffers grabbed him by the arms. No, director, let me explain. His voice cracked, tears choking his words. He knew that once they took him away, his career was finished. He couldn't just go quietly, but the director remained unmoved, his expression cold and indifferent. Then, from a corner, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop." Everyone turned, startled. A woman rushed onto the stage, her hair disheveled. Up close, she was the same woman from the photo with Xu Zongyuan. She lunged at the men holding Li Jun, clawing at their arms. Let him go. Her sudden appearance didn't just confuse the crowd, it terrified Li Jun even more. His eyes went wide. What are you doing here? The woman looked just as frantic. You told me to come. I did. Li Jun's mind went blank. He had no memory of asking her to come. The woman raised her voice. Yes, didn't you have someone call me, saying to come watch you get revenge for your son? Her words made the director's face darken even more, as if it might drip with fury. He waved a hand, urging his men to drag Li Jun out immediately. Li Jun's gaze darted between the woman and the director, finally settling on the woman. At this point, he had nothing left to lose. Father-in-law, it's all her fault. She's delusional. I've always loved Xiao Yu. The word father-in-law hit the crowd like a thunderclap. People exchanged stunned looks, and the truth clicked into place. So Li Jun's entire rise to power had come from marrying the education director's daughter, and behind his wife's back, he'd fathered an illegitimate child. The sheer shamelessness was staggering. The director shook with rage. Don't you call me that. Save whatever you have to say for the Bureau. In that moment, he wished he could beat Li Jun to death right there on the spot. Li Jun saw the hatred in his father-in-law's eyes, and his heart turned to ice. He knew his future was over. Disgusting. Fu Huaishan spat at Li Jun standing beside him, Yunshu's gaze flickered at the sight, then, more footsteps echoed from outside the auditorium. Several police officers entered. They took in the chaotic scene. Who called the police? Hearing the police, Li Jun, who'd been panicking, grabbed at the lifeline. He broke free from the men holding him and raised his hands. I did. Someone here violently assaulted others, leaving 3 people paralyzed. I have proof. Who are you referring to? The lead officer asked flatly. Li Jun pointed straight at Yunshu. She attacked students and caused 3 to become paralyzed. I have the evidence. He ran back to the stage, snatched up the so-called evidence, and held it high. Damn, she never got to explain that part. Now Li Jun's got her cornered, someone whispered, worry creeping into their voice. That bastard Li Jun's trying to drag Yunshu down with him out of pure desperation. Everyone tensed, fearing for her. The officer took the document from Li Jun, examined it, then called out, which one of you is Yunshu? Yunshu stepped forward. I am. The officer gave her a slow once-over. Fine. You're coming with us. Yunshu nodded, her expression unreadable. Okay. She had hit him. There was no point pretending otherwise. From the sidelines, Ju Chimeng lost what little restraint she had left. She rushed forward, her voice shrill with desperation. Officer, wait, it was me. I'm the one who hit him. Take me instead. Before the words could land, Shen Yishuan stepped in front of them both. No, I'm responsible. They had nothing to do with it. Yunshu's eyes cut toward them like a blade. Both of you get back here now. Yunshu, I did it. Stop trying to play hero. Ju Chimeng shot back, shoving past her. No, officer. It was me. Arrest me. Yang Zhu stood frozen, watching the chaos spiral. She had never imagined her own flesh and blood, a brother born from the same mother, would throw himself under the bus for that woman. What kind of spell had Yunshu cast to make Shen Yishuan volunteer like some sacrificial lamb? Ju Chimeng and Shen Yishuan kept at it, each one shouting over the other, jostling to get in front. I did it. I'm the one you want. The lead officer's patience snapped. Everybody shut up. He pointed a stiff finger. You're both claiming to be the suspect. Fine, then all 3 of you are coming with me. At his signal, the other officers moved to detain them. That was when Principal Xu Zongyuan rushed forward, breathless. He knew the full story. He needed to explain, to stop this misunderstanding before it got any worse. He never got the chance. The officer exploded like a man whose last nerve had been torched. Anyone interfering with this investigation gets taken in too. The room went dead silent, every mouth that had been opening clamped shut, and through that silence, a voice cut in from the entrance doors, cold as a blade. Captain Ju. You're throwing your authority around pretty freely. You actually dare lay hands on my fiancée? The voice seemed to rise from somewhere deep and frozen, sharp. Bone-chilling. Every head turned. In the doorway stood a man in a tailored black suit, tall, commanding, like the world itself bent to his presence. Fu Huaishan. Features carved from marble, stunning, severe, utterly controlled. His eyes were frozen pools that could stop your blood mid-vein. Behind him stood Luo Juncheng, Jui Yang, and a line of black-suited bodyguards, all of them radiating threat. Young Master Fu, it's young Master Fu, a girl screamed. The shriek caught fire. Voices erupted across the auditorium. He's so hot. Oh my god. Just looking at him adds 10 years to my life. I can't. Young Master Fu is too gorgeous, too cold. Fu Huaishan's gaze swept the crowd like a hawk scanning open ground, locking onto Yun Shu where she stood surrounded. He strode forward, long legs closing the distance, every step pressing down on the room. The air thickened. Breathing came harder. Yun Shu watched him approach. Something strange stirred in her chest. She could handle this on her own, she knew that, but seeing him here, watching him walk toward her, settled something she couldn't name. Fu Huaishan mounted the stage without breaking stride. When he reached her, he didn't pause. He simply reached out and took her small hand in his. The move hit the room like a thunderclap. Even the dignitaries on stage forgot to close their mouths. Everyone in high society knew Fu Huaishan was ice-cold toward women. Some whispered he had no interest at all. And yet here he stood, openly holding Yun Shu's hand, the very woman at the center of today's scandal. Unbelievable. Captain Ju, who seconds ago had been threatening to haul half the room away, did a full 180. He plastered on a greasy smile. Young Master Fu, this Yun Shu is your fiancé? Fu Huaishan answered without a word. He just raised their joined hands high, showing them to everyone in the room. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Students with quick reflexes already had their phones out, snapping photos. What looked like a simple gesture landed like a sledgehammer. Anyone still clutching at hope felt their last illusions shatter. Captain Ju, Yun Shu is my fiancé. I will make absolutely certain you receive a full accounting of any injuries she may have caused, but today, you are not taking her with you. His voice could have frozen water. Shu Zongyuan seized his opening. Captain Ju, this is what I was trying to tell you. It's all a misunderstanding. The day before yesterday, Miss Yun intervened because she saw thugs harassing a female student. She was stepping in to protect someone. How does that qualify as assault? Captain Ju's expression curdled, but with Fu Huaishan standing right there, he didn't dare let the anger show. He ground his teeth. Is there a witness, then? Shu Zongyuan glanced at Yun Shu. She seemed not to have heard, completely blank. He closed his mouth. The air went cold, the silence stretched, suffocating. Then a small voice, trembling, cut through. Officer. It was me. Every eye turned. Ju Chimeng, shut up, Yun Shu snapped. Yun Shu, I know you're protecting me by not telling them what happened that day, Ju Chimeng said, her voice shaking apart. Yun Shu looked at her, something soft flickering in her eyes. She knew Ju Chimeng was trying to shield her reputation. But how could Ju Chimeng let her get dragged away for something she never did? Murmurs spread through the crowd. Nobody had expected this twist. Officer, that day. Ju Chimeng pulled in a deep breath, forcing herself steady. Those 3 senior students cornered me in the small room next to the cafeteria. They were going to hurt me. Ju Chimeng finally let the words tumble out. Yun Shu was the one who saved me at the last second. She only stayed quiet to protect my reputation. If she hadn't stepped in, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. The weight on her chest finally lifted, relief flooding through her veins. That's exactly how it happened, Officer Shen. Xu Zongyuan jumped in from the side. Those students graduated last year but kept lurking around campus. I investigated this personally. Yun Shu had nothing to do with any misconduct. Before Shen Wanzhong could respond, voices erupted from the crowd. "Officer, I'll testify those guys wouldn't leave us alone." A junior girl shot to her feet, indignant. "Same here. They loitered around school constantly. I've seen them catcalling students more times than I can count." Another female student stood up. So Yun Shu wasn't just throwing punches, she was defending someone. Sun Haochen added, his voice tight with worry. "Exactly, you can't arrest my sister, she didn't do anything wrong." Sweat beaded across Shen Wanzhong's forehead. He cursed silently, then steeled himself and approached Fu Huaishan. The smile he forced onto his face looked painful. He dropped his voice low, humble, careful with every syllable. "Mr. Fu, I am deeply sorry. I received a report of violence on campus and responded immediately." He chose each word like he was walking through a minefield. "I had absolutely no idea this was all a misunderstanding. Please accept my sincerest apologies." He rushed on before anyone could cut him off. "Rest assured, I will launch a full investigation into Li Jun. He will not get away with slandering Miss Yun." But despite all the groveling, Fu Huaishan's face stayed unreadable. Only a flicker of cold displeasure moved behind his dark eyes. Shen Wanzhong felt his skin crawl. "Mr. Fu, Miss Yun, I'll remove him now." He signaled his men fast. The two officers seized Li Jun and hauled him out of the auditorium like they were disposing of trash. The Education Bureau officials scrambled to leave right after, exchanging quick pleasantries with Fu Huaishan. Both groups vanished in under a minute. Xu Zongyuan's heart soared. Li Jun had spent years throwing his weight around, abusing his position for every shady deal he could cook up. Now that Mr. Fu had stepped in personally, that bastard was finished. "Mr. Fu, today's disaster was entirely Li Jun's doing." Xu Zongyuan pitched his voice carefully. "I was pressured into following his lead. Yun Shu knows the real story." The words landed perfectly. He made sure the message was crystal clear. This decision hadn't been his. Li Jun had forced his hand. And by bringing up Yun Shu's name, he angled for just a sliver of leniency from Fu Huaishan. A clean double play. Dodged the blame. Caught the favor. It worked. Fu Huaishan's gaze shifted to Yun Shu when she gave a small nod. The ice on his face thawed into something softer. Xu Zongyuan let out the breath he'd been holding. He was safe. Then, as principal, he announced to the entire hall that Yun Shu had won the previous day's competition and presented her with the trophy. Applause thundered through the auditorium. Yun Shu was no longer the girl everyone felt free to trample. Now the crowd looked at her with admiration and genuine congratulations. The school followed up with a bravery award and a campus star campaign. She took the prize money without a second thought, but she shut down the publicity flat. She had zero interest in being famous. It didn't matter. Yun Shu's name exploded across the internet anyway. The moment Fu Huaishan, the city's most sought-after billionaire bachelor, called her his fiancée in front of a packed auditorium, the online world detonated. Social media nearly crashed. The top 15 trending topics all screamed about Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu. Every tag carried a blazing red-hot icon. The comments poured in, endless. No way. Is this a billionaire CEO falls for nobody me situation? OMG, where did this Yun Shu even come from? I saw the video. Fu Huaishan said it himself. It's real. When did my CEO start dating? Users devoured the sudden romance, flooding every thread with breathless curiosity and speculation backstage. Fiancée. Yun Shu arched an eyebrow at the man standing in front of her. When Fu Huaishan had called her his fiancée in front of everyone, she'd been genuinely stunned. Since when were they talking marriage? Always has been. His voice left zero room for argument. That joke isn't funny. She waved a hand, already turning away. They were dating. Marriage was light years off. Fu Huaishan caught her arm. His grip gentle but absolute. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted into something deadly serious. I never joke about you. A beat of silence. Why didn't you tell me what was happening at school? Yun Shu paused, caught off guard. They'd talked on the phone every night for days. She'd never once brought it up. It wasn't a big deal. I could handle. He cut her off. Yun Shu, I like you. When I say I want to be with you till the end, I mean every word. Let me be your backup, your rock. You don't have to carry everything alone. He remembered her in that moment, clinging to that grey wolf, half dead, still refusing to let go. Tough, proud, but her toughness hadn't come naturally. It had been forged in desperation, shaped by all the times no one showed up for her. That version of Yun Shu made something twist inside his chest. She looked up into his dark eyes. In that instant, she understood exactly what he was thinking, and exactly who he was. Your rock. Across 2 lifetimes, no one had ever said that to her. Whether in the X-world or here, she'd handled every threat alone, trusted no one but herself. But now this devastatingly handsome man was telling her to lean on him. Well, that didn't sound so bad. A slow smile spread across Yun Shu's face. Fine. But if you can't hold me up, I'll blow up this mountain myself. Fu Xingxi's hands were shaking. Xiao Yu's single word, okay, kept ringing in his ears, refusing to fade. It was like a dream. A beautiful, impossible illusion that left him dizzy, half convinced none of it was real. The backstage lights were dim, but in his eyes, she burned brighter than any star in the night sky. Radiant, blinding, his throat worked. A low sound caught there, like 1,000 words trapped behind his lips, desperate to break free and finding no way out. Then, after a long pause, the corner of his mouth curved soft, almost fragile. But underneath that smile, fireworks detonated in his chest. Raw, unfiltered euphoria. His breath came hot. His whole body felt like it had caught fire. You are. His voice was hesitant, rough, like a man terrified of shattering the dream. Can I kiss you? His gaze pinned her there, heavy with hunger. Xiao Yu looked up and met his eyes. In the silence that followed, she did something he didn't expect. She rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his cheek. Featherlight. Barely a touch. Then she pulled back just as fast. The moment her heels hit the ground, Fu Xingxi's arms locked around her and hauled her flush against him. The clean, cold scent of him flooded her senses like a wave. Her body went rigid for a heartbeat before she could even process it. His mouth was on hers, demanding. It was her first kiss. She had no idea what she was doing. Panic sparked through her. The second she parted her lips to gasp for air, his tongue slipped inside. The kiss was everything at once. Soft and hard, gentle and rough, warm as sunlight, fierce as a storm, tangling around her, consuming her, pulling her under into heat. Xiao Yu couldn't fight it. Couldn't resist. She could only let herself fall. By the time Fu Xingzi finally pulled back, she was gasping. She stepped back, trying to create distance, her eyes still shimmering with embarrassment. That was a dirty trick. You completely blindsided me. His gaze dropped to her flushed cheeks, her slightly swollen lips. She looked irresistible. His eyes darkened. He dragged in a slow breath, forcing himself to hold back when he spoke. His voice was scraped raw. Next time, you surprise me. Xiao Yu glared. In your dreams. But her eyes betrayed her. They slipped down to his throat, where the top two buttons of his shirt hung open. A sliver of golden-brown skin peeked through, gleaming under the low light, making him look even more dangerously handsome. Sharp jaw, cold eyes. Lips pressed into a hard, elegant line. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Her mind flashed back to that kiss. Her face went scarlet. She felt like she was on fire. Great. She thought, so I do have a pervert living inside me after all. I am the garden of the Fu family estate. The flowers were in full riot. Master Fu leaned back in his rocking chair, tablet in hand, scrolling. A notification lit up the screen, trending. Fu Corporation's CEO's fiancé revealed. His eyes went wide. He leaned in, squinting at the headline. He read it once. Then again, like he couldn't trust his own vision. A minute later, he tossed the tablet aside and bellowed across the garden. Butler, get over here. Butler. The butler came at a run, sir. The butler arrived panting. I just got word. The young master announced his fiancée. Master Fu's face cracked open with pure joy. He'd been skeptical of the online reports, already prepared to send someone to verify, but with the butler confirming it, the doubt evaporated. Is it Xiao Yu? He stared at the butler, eyes wide with anticipation. The butler nodded, grinning. Yes, sir. It's Miss Xiao Yu, the same Miss Xiao Yu you're so fond of. Master Fu burst out laughing. He dropped back into his chair, slapping his knee, delighted beyond words. That brat finally locked her down. The butler beamed. Congratulations, sir. Looks like happy news is on the way soon. Master Fu shot upright, suddenly crackling with energy. Go get everything ready. That boy didn't even give me a heads up. Who gets engaged without the parents knowing? Unacceptable. Make the arrangements. We're going to the Xiao family to propose. Yes, sir. The butler spun and hurried away. Master Fu paced the garden, too wired to sit still. At the same time, in a shooting range across town, Sun Haochen and Li Jun were sprawled in their chairs, chatting. Sun Haochen scrolled through his phone, grinning like an idiot. Every feed, every notification blast, Fu Xingzi and Xiao Yu. Everywhere. He hadn't stopped smiling. Li Jun shot him a sideways glance. Why are you this happy about brother Fu getting engaged? You're not the one marrying her. Sun Haochen cut him a glare. You don't get it. His voice carried a smug edge. If I hadn't given him advice, do you really think brother Fu, with that personality, could have ever won Xiao Yu over? Li Jun considered that. Finally, He nodded. Yeah, fair point. So, I'm basically their matchmaker. What do you think I should ask Brother Xingzi for as a thank you gift? Fu Huaishan was already muttering to himself, mentally tallying the lavish reward he could squeeze out of Fu Xingzi. I think you should ask to keep your life, Shang Fu Muse cut in, a hint of amusement sharpening his voice. What do you mean? Fu Huaishan shot him a confused look. Shang Fu Muse's lips curled into a sly grin. Think about it. Now that Brother Xingzi has announced his fiancée, you really think you're getting any peace from now on? The color drained from Fu Huaishan's face as the realization hit him. Shang Fu Muse's grin widened. Blind dates, 3 meals a day, plus midnight snacks. Minimum. Fu Huaishan's mood plummeted. He let out a groan. Great my good days are officially over. Just as he was drowning in self-pity, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and felt his soul leave his body. It was his mother. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. The instant he did, a roar blasted through the speaker. Fu Huaishan, get your ass home right now. I've got a blind date set up for you. Fu Huaishan flinched at the volume. Mom, I'm busy my foot. Fu Xingzi has a fiancé now. If you don't get your act together, just you wait and see what I'll do to you. Faced with his mother's verbal assault, Fu Huaishan could only sigh in defeat. Finally, he forced a bitter laugh. One man's joy is another man's misery. At the Shen residence, Shen Yishuan barely made it through the front door before a cup came flying at him, catching him on the forehead. Ju Chiming, are you insane? He pressed his hand to his bleeding forehead, shouting at her. Ju Chiming's eyes burned with hatred. Yeah, I must be crazy to have a brother who can't tell family from strangers. What are you talking about? Shen Yishuan was completely lost. What am I talking about? Is Mu Yun your real sister? Why did you take her side today? Ju Chiming's voice cracked with rage. That's when it clicked. The scene in the academy auditorium. But he still didn't think he'd done anything wrong. Real sister or not, I'm on the side of what's right. Mu Yun didn't do anything wrong. Why couldn't I speak up for her? Hearing that only made Ju Chiming angrier. Speak up for her. Who do you think you are? Don't forget, when you were a kid, you bullied her even worse than I did. Guilt flickered across Shen Yishuan's face. That was when I was little. I didn't know any better. And you were the one who taught me to pick on her in the first place. Don't you dare point fingers now. Dad said we're all family. And Mu Yun has really changed. I think she's fine now. Arg, the words, Mu Yun is fine, were the final straw. Ju Chiming shrieked at the top of her lungs. Shen Yishuan had no idea why she was freaking out like that. He reached out to grab her, but she slapped his hand away hard, her eyes bloodshot. She glared at him. You think Mu Yun's so great? Fine. Then don't call me your sister anymore from now on. I'm not your sister, and you're not my brother. With that, she stormed out of the house. The servants, who had been hiding, crept out with a first aid kit. Young master, let me clean that up for you. Shen Yishuan touched his forehead and came away with blood. He grunted and dropped onto the sofa, fuming. What the hell was wrong with Ju Chiming? Mu Yun returned to the Shen residence at 8 that night. As she walked into the living room, she spotted several servants hurrying upstairs. She stopped one of them. What's going on? The servant's eyes flickered with panic when she saw Mu Yun. Should I go see for myself? Mu Yun started toward the stairs. The servant quickly spoke up. Miss, It's the master. He's sick. He was just brought back. He told us not to tell you sick, and told them not to tell her. Mu Yun paused, momentarily confused. She glanced upstairs. Did you call a doctor? Yes, the doctor just arrived. Mu Yun waved the servant away, and the woman hurried upstairs to help. More than an hour later, Shen Wanzhong's assistant walked the doctor out. When he came back into the living room, he nearly jumped out of his skin at the sight of Mu Yun sitting on the corner of the sofa. Miss Mu. Good evening. He couldn't meet her eyes. Mu Yun stood up and walked over. The assistant clearly hadn't prepared for that. Oh, it's nothing, miss. Chairman Shen I don't have much patience. Li Jun, she cut him off. Seeing there was no way to hide it, Li Jun gave in and told her everything. Yesterday Chairman Shen got a call from your principal. He went straight to the Education Bureau to plead with Luo Juncheng, hoping he'd let you off the hook, but Luo Juncheng said, he said he'd destroy you. Chairman Shen got into an argument with him, and Luo Juncheng had his thugs lock Chairman Shen in the basement. Chairman Shen already had the flu and a high fever that wouldn't break. The basement was freezing today. After Luo Juncheng was arrested, I went to rescue him. By the time I got there, he was barely conscious. The doctor said if he'd been there much longer, he might have. He told me not to tell you. Li Jun felt a weight lift off his chest for finally getting it out, but when he saw that Mu Yun's expression hadn't changed at all, a flicker of resentment rose in him. Anything else you want to say? Say it all at once. Mu Yun's tone was still calm as a breeze. Miss, Chairman Shen really does care about you. It's just that the company's been a mess, and even when he wanted to look out for you, he couldn't keep up lately. There's been a financial crisis. He's been working late into the night while running a fever, refusing to leave. But the moment he heard about what happened to you, he went straight to Luo Juncheng. Li Jun had worked for Shen Wanzhong for almost 5 years. He knew the man well. Some things Shen Wanzhong would never say, and Mu Yun would never know. So Li Jun figured he'd done the right thing. Mu Yun's brows furrowed for a few seconds, then smoothed out. She turned and walked back to her room. Li Jun watched her retreating figure. It was like punching a cloud. All that effort, and nothing. The Fu family estate. The study on the 3rd floor was dead silent. The air hung thick and heavy, as if the room itself were trapped under something invisible. Fu Huaishan sat motionless in his chair, dark eyes fixed on Li Jun standing before the desk. There was nothing in that stare but cold, hard scrutiny. Li Jun's body trembled. He felt frozen solid, the blood turning to ice in his veins. Seconds stretched, the silence pressed in tighter. Then Fu Huaishan spoke, his voice pure frost. Li Jun, are you questioning my decision? The words hit like a thunderbolt. Li Jun's heart jolted. Mr. Fu, I would never dare question anything you decide. That wasn't good enough. Fu Huaishan's brows slammed together. His palm cracked against the desk. Bang. The sound sent Li Jun's pulse into overdrive. Sweat beaded across his forehead. Then why didn't you tell me about Yun Shu? Fu Huaishan's voice climbed, anger cutting through every syllable. I left you here to protect her. What the hell have you been doing? Li Jun reported to Fu Huaishan every single day about Yun Shu's situation. There was no chance he hadn't known Ma Liu was planning revenge. Yet he'd stayed silent, and that lit a fire under Fu Huaishan's skin. If he hadn't shown up at the school early today, He might never have known the woman he loved was about to be ambushed, maybe taken, maybe hurt in ways he couldn't stomach. The thought ripped through him, rage spiking out of control. I was wrong, Mr. Fu. Li Jun dropped to his knees. Fu Huaishan stared at him. The anger didn't ease. If anything, it burned hotter. He turned his back and walked to the window. A beat later, his roar tore through the study. Get out. Li Jun flinched. He didn't hesitate. He stood and left. At the main building entrance. He stopped. He dropped to his knees again. The cold stone met his kneecaps with a dull thud. Time crawled past. Night swallowed the capital. Sometime after midnight, rain began to fall. A few drops at first. Then a downpour, a grey curtain swallowing the estate grounds whole. Xu Zongyuan heard the storm from his room. He grabbed an umbrella and rushed to the front of the main building. Through the sheets of rain, Li Jun still knelt there, spine straight, eyes fixed on the building ahead, soaked to the bone, lips pale from the cold. Xu Zongyuan's chest clenched. Seeing his friend like this. He ran over and held the umbrella over Li Jun's head. What were you thinking? Miss Yun Shu is the person Mr. Fu treasures most. How could you let her walk straight into danger? You're never this careless. But this time, Li Jun said nothing. Xu Zongyuan exhaled hard and kept going. You used to say Miss Yun Shu was too weak, that she'd become his weak spot. After today, don't you see it yet? She's not what you thought. She's got skills. She's got a sharp mind. Thank God nothing serious happened, otherwise, Mr. Fu would have torn you to pieces. Xu Zongyuan's voice was heavy. Go apologize tomorrow. To him, and to Miss Yun Shu. If Mr. Fu won't forgive you, you might lose your place beside him for good. Xu Zongyuan talked and talked. Li Jun just listened, wordless. After today, he had to admit it. Yun Shu wasn't fragile like the other socialite girls, but deep down, he still held back. He wanted to see how far she could really go. That was the reason he'd hidden the whole thing from Fu Huaishan. He knew it might infuriate his boss, but he still wanted to see how Yun Shu would handle herself. Now, hearing Xu Zongyuan's words, that he might lose his place at Fu Huaishan's side, a sharp, twisting regret sank into his chest. He had sworn to spend his whole life repaying Fu Huaishan's kindness. And now, because of his own choices, he might lose that chance forever. The guilt crushed him. In Eastern Europe, the basement of a nightclub pulsed with dim light. Smoke curled through the air, mixing with the cloying scent of perfume and liquor. This was a place of raw appetite. People shed every inhibition. A makeshift runway ran down the center of the basement. A risque fashion show was in full swing. Models in next to nothing swayed and strutted, flaunting every curve. The crowd below roared its approval. Cash fluttered onto the stage. In the haze of neon and noise, everyone seemed lost, drunk on the chaos. But inside the only private booth, the scene was something else entirely. A man in a white shirt lounged across the booth's bed, watching the spectacle through sheer curtains. He was striking. Light brown hair, fair skin made even paler by the dim red light. Deep-set dark eyes, magnetic. The kind that could pull you under in a heartbeat. A trace of red wine stained his lips like smeared color, sharpening his allure. He radiated a lazy, careless elegance. Every movement was casual, but fluid, a sharp contrast to the frenzy outside, and somehow, that contrast worked. It made him even more intriguing. Beneath him, A girl lay unconscious, young. Her face was average at best. Next to the models working the stage, she seemed rather ordinary.